Hmm. Eh? There. Okay, someone's bastard. Dave. Whoa, that's a lot. You're gonna have to wait. Bring it. There you go. You can sit there. Oh, let's get on that then. Oh, no, still. Uh, but, stream manager. Sorry. Yeah, I've been moved it. Is that why I can't see it? If done my settings differently. Oh, maybe. Is my chat fantastic? You should. Okay, let's give it a few minutes. You know what? Oh, ah, oops. Mm-mm. Oh, there she's there. Oh, Ella fell off my lap. Oh, go there, Ella. Ah, fucking hell, woman. Stop fucking falling. There. Good. Christ almighty. Mouse ride. I wonder how bad this gets. 4 minute read. Probably quite bad. Right, let's go and show myself. Boom. Oh, yes. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Sarah. Red Rock. Your BI. Oh, thanks, Christina. Put that. Put it. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Oh, hi, darling. Up to forward one Kelly. Hi, darling. Rejoice, comrades. Mod extraordinaire Shanna Cranky Pants is lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades, my dear. I will be fine. Well, mostly. I'm covering Tories again because I can have to. Look at that fucking face. It's fucking end me. Ugh. I went cold again. God damn it. Ugh. There's your to 15. Technically a day old, but not like I need to worry. They're not in government anymore. And with any fucking luck, they won't be in government ever again. I don't know why he's got 9 women in Hollywood. That's fair. That's what stupid right hand. Hmm. Okay, at least one of them won. That's fair. Right, shall we? Ex-Department for Work and Pensions boss shows the Tories haven't changed when it comes to disabled people. They never will. Rachel Charlton Daly. First 5 words have fucking floored me. Tory wet wipe Mel Stride. For fuck's sake. Has been talking shite about Department of Work and Pensions benefits again. Tory. Though this time it's in his role as Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Basically, he's the shadow position for Rachel Reeves, who is the actual Chancellor. Not good. And Badenoch's rapidly failing Conservative shad cap. Interesting way to describe the shadow cabinet. These past few days has been the Tory Party Conference, but you wouldn't know it from the sheer lack of fucks anyone has given to it. You're like, oh God, my face already. However, this did not deter the last gimp at the Tory party, Mel Stride, from giving his speech today. Oh no, 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 you don't need to see this. You don't need to see me losing my fucking shit. I'll wait until people turn up. Oh God damn it. Oh, I'm feeling a lot better now with this on. Mm. Oh, please, someone turn up. You have to see me lose my fucking shit with this one. Yeah. Hold on. You go there. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Oh. Rejoice, comrades. Tibbet is here. Hi, Tibbet. What's he doing? That time? Ah, my own little kitty. Because purple's the best colour, obviously. Hello. Welcome in. It is October. It is cold and damp. I'm trying to preserve what little heat my body retains. Plus, look, it's pretty. It's pure wool because nothing but the best for this lassie. It's good at retaining heat. You want to laugh? Ooh. Ah, pumpkin. I'm not a big fan of pumpkins, like eating them. Did you know up here in Scotland, it'd be a neep or turnip if you wish, which is a damn sight harder to carve into than a pumpkin. Sorry. So we use hollowed out neep because veg, not got. Obviously, these are just good. Add enough sugar. It's actually the structure of the pumpkin that gets to me, not the actual mouthfeel of it. And pumpkin spice, the flavouring, is the work of the devil. Makes me physically ill, if you catch my drift. Ugh. You have my portion. You can have mine. Both my sisters love pumpkin spice for fuck knows what reason. I don't. I'm the sensible one in this situation. How about a laugh? This'll be fun. You can watch me lose my shit. Tory wet wipe Mel Stride has been talking shite about Department for Work and Pensions benefits yet again. So this time it's in his role as Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer in Badenoch's rapidly failing Conservative Shadcab. Fucking hell. These past few days it's been the Tory Party Conference, but you wouldn't know it from the sheer lack of fucks anyone has given to it. Well, I've seen people do that. I don't know. I'll never be able to eat it. Might suggest to my sister the next time I see her. However, this didn't deter the last gimp at the Tory party, Mel Stride, from giving his speech today. God, fuck it, bring it on. Oh, where are we? Amongst other things, he waffled on about how great it was to visit Silicon Valley recently with the glassy-eyed nostalgia of someone who is living with the fact he unfortunately kept a hold of his seat in the last election and didn't get to swan off to some cushy, useless job with a big title. You didn't need to run for your seat, pal. Just saying. He also kept talking about business with a capital B in the style of Sam the Eagle from the Muppets. I like Sam. Sam's fun. Stride took aim at the Reform Manifesto like every last other one of them. But not for the reasons you'd think, of course. No. Stride is mad about the one good thing Reform is planning to scrap the two-child benefit cap because starving children is necessary, according to these bastards. He also said, hilariously, Reform want to get back to the days of nationalisation and state control. They are marching to the left. It- No, they're not, Mel. They're not. Trust me on that. Tibbet, feel free to clip me. Honestly, could do with more clips. However, he does also have a stark warning about reform, which I hate myself for agreeing with, minus Farage and a sequin dress. When it comes to reform, be assured of this, that when the glitter, the shimmy of the sequin dress and the razzmatazz, the spinning plates, the fireworks have faded, you will be left with emptiness, a dull bell alone, the hollowed out promises that never were. What kind of speech is that? Oh, okay. But on to what we know Stride loves most, killing disabled people. But he doesn't just want to endanger the lives of British disabled people. No. Oh, wet wipe is an equal opportunities murderer. Speaking to the BBC before his speech, he said, but the point that I think is important is that UK citizenship should mean something. It does. And I think when it comes to the benefit system, I think most in the country feel that it is right and proper that there is that for UK citizens. Yeah, that's a good thing. Me getting looked after, getting the funds that I need to actually live. Well, mostly survive, really. Kind of live. It's clear who he's speaking to here. Stride is appealing to the racist who think immigrants come here to steal all our benefits. They have no recourse to benefits, by the way. Let me just make that clear. We have no recourse to public funds. Ugh. This, of course, is massively untrue, as asylum seekers can't even claim benefits. But he knows that the same people who think they're living it up in luxury hotels don't know that they're not. You've seen these fucking hotels, they look fucking worse than some social housing. However, what he actually wants to do is cut benefits for anyone who isn't a UK citizen, meaning anyone who has made a life here and contributes to our economy but can't work enough hours to pay their rent or bills will be left to starve. Anyone who finds themselves too ill to work or unable to take safe work because of their disability, Strike doesn't give a fuck. Correct. He doesn't. But of course, this is This is Pride who wanted to bring in vouchers instead of benefits for disabled people. They were literally mulling over taking away my cash that I'm not on PIP anymore. I'm on the Scottish equivalent. So my benefit is out of the hands of the Department of Work and Pensions. But what he wanted to do was take away out of work and disability benefits that I was on, and give us vouchers. And you can just shop in whatever supermarkets or shops. Say, yes, we're okay using for the people to use vouchers here. And it's usually to the detriment of our food intake, the quality of the food that we eat, and other such things. So that doesn't mean he actually gives a shit about British disabled people either. He doesn't, we know this. Oh no, he's singing from the Labour hymn sheet, or maybe it's the other way around. Who can tell at this point? Of spreading lies about people with mental health problems by targeting those with lower level mental health issues, whatever the fuck they are. Exactly. What? He said that his plan to target those most in need included stopping claims for people with less severe mental health problems, where what is needed is treatment and support, not simply cash. They are on treatment and support, plus the cash they need to get to appointments, to actually buy food, pay for energy costs, and more than likely try to get some sort of data plan in place, be it broadband for a house for the property they live in, or coverage through a phone. Because we know that the stability, pride, and social interaction of work actually improves these conditions, not necessarily. Seems to me that he isn't using the same definition of target as he thinks he is. And of course, and he and he- and he's of course not the only one sticking the knife in. Shadow Department for Work and Pension Secretary Helen Watley said in her speech at the conference. Millions have got themselves a sick note from the GP and signed on to sickness benefits from just a form and a phone call. No, no. Getting that certificate from your GP is the easy part. The next part is dealing with you lot. Dealing with the Department of Work and Pensions is an absolute fucking, for some people, it's a minefield, and for others, it's just a long, drawn out fucking series of phone calls and appointments. Needlessly so. Millions are getting benefits for anxiety and ADHD, along with a free mobility car. You have to prove your disability to get that car, and you're still paying for it. Your benefit doesn't pay for the car. You get your benefit and you pay for the fucking car. You get preferential financial aid, financing for it, but whatever money you get from the government through your PIP or your adult disability payment or any other um attendance allowance or whatever, you still have to pay for the car. It's like going to a garage and saying, I want that car, can I take it for a test drive? You're still the disabled person's still paying for the fucking motor. How many times do I have to explain it to these fucking cunts? Ugh. But it's not just a form, correct? It's not. Is it? It's a form which asks for highly personal medical information and then many in-person meetings, at least two. with people with no medical training. These are people in the job centre, by the way, so basically office staff. All the while being treated like you're vermin by the state politicians and media. It's not nice getting dehumanized like this. Seriously, scumbags, all of them. And of course, she had to repeat her old lie about ADHD influencers. Not this again. Convincing everyone they've got ADHD so they can steal all the cars. Wrong. She, of course, continued. TikTok videos tell you how, and some people even pay for VIP services to boost their chances of a successful benefits claim. Fuck off. Unless these influencers are working in the department for working pensions, that ain't going to fucking happen. These VIP services she's talking about are also known as benefit support. People who will help you go through your claim and ensure you get the support you need in a system which is stacked against disabled people and designed to trip us up. Correct. I've went through this system. It fucking sucks. I've worked in offices. I have set up databases and ways of operating within Office to make it easier to do your job. That thing needs done. This thing needs done on a regular basis. Here, I can help you with that. And I set up systems. This was back in my early 20s. The way this is set up is deliberately designed to make sure people like me get either the smallest amount of money or fucking nothing. Being able to navigate that might be beneficial. So these are basically what she was alluding to in one part and being being a lying scumbag in the other part. Our benefits help carers agencies, citizens advice, people like that, helping us navigate this system, helping us fill out our forms, sometimes physically helping us fill in the forms because they're long as fuck. My handwriting is fucking the least said about it, the better. Tories want poor people to blame each other. Yeah, divide and conquer. If certain elements within society get pointed towards another part of society, they just concentrate on that and go, "Yeah, it's your fault," literally directing other people to attack that part of society. Because obviously it's the disabled people's fault. We're the ones causing all these issues, or some of these issues. Give me a fucking break. I can barely operate in my own life, let alone coordinate fucking attacks on the bloody government or society in general. Stroud had the absolute audacity to also say in the speech, "It is the purest belief of our party that looking after the most vulnerable is the hallmark of a civilized society." Which makes me feel very sad for him because I genuinely think he believes that. However, in a world where you're the people all fighting to move the goalpost, you also get to decide who is the most vulnerable, and anyone else gets left to die as usual. to try and use immigrants claiming Department for Work and Pension benefits as a reason why British disabled people aren't being supported, while she wants to cut the support for us too, is a typical tactic. Because if you're blaming those lower down the ladder, we're not looking up at who's really making life worse for all of us. Thank you. Thank you. I've forgotten who wrote it. Rachel something. Rachel Charlton Daly. Well done. Well done. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This one's going to be fun. Yeah. Refreshment. Make me hot water bottle again. Fuck it. I will leave this here so you can just take a look at that headline and the flag they put me. Quite delicious, really. I'll be back. I'm going away to refill my hot water bottle because my fingers are going blue again. They know it's fun. Well, I will be back. Oh, someone else is here. Hardcore's language. Welcome, welcome. You know what? I'll put it in my bag. Just go down there a minute. Hey, Joyce Comrade. Hardcore's language is here. Hello, Hardcore's. Keep on meaning to tell you I love your name, by the way. I love little funny uses of language like that. I mean, two or three different, well, two things in your case. Really is quite fun. Oh, thank you. Okay, the Canary is a UK newspaper, not newspaper, media outlet. They are leftist, mostly left, mostly left. I'll put it like that. Ow, fucker. And they cover news and events, and they give a left-leaning outlook on these stories. And they're doing really good coverage recently. Really quite good. And you can actually go back to the back because it's up now. The never-ending series of pains and fucking stiffness and shit here. Oh, Don Family. Ah, both spellings are correct. There's three different languages. There's three different. Yeah, okay. Languages or dialects. So language is like the umbrella. Feeling a lot better because the cold and damp. The joints, the knee is getting worse, but I suspected that. My knees always get worse when it gets colder and damper. Also, late autumn, early winter, isn't it fun? Is it not? Of course. Um, your Alexa, your Google Assistant, your Cort your Cortana, they all struggle with either the Scots or the Irish dialects. I say dialects. There's three different main dialects we use here in Scotland. Obviously, there's Broad Scots, which I mostly speak. Then there's proper Scottish tongue, which it definitely doesn't understand, and there's still Gaelic or Gaelic, depending on what part of Scotland you live in. It really is quite fun, and all these assistants struggle. They really should have just called us in Gaelic. I've actually heard some people try to say it's easier just to say garlic. And yeah, Gaelic or Gaelic, depending on. Oh, is she near the borders? Cool. I haven't been to the borders yet because certain parts of it are difficult to get to because transportation links don't exist. They used to exist. They don't now. Getting rid of local infrastructure. Fucking amazing. That happened back in just after the war. They done motorways, don't get me wrong, but they also took away a lot of the local roads, which made no fucking sense. Because the border kept on shifting and splitting like that, a lot of people either side of the border, some uh, consider themselves English more than Scottish. Some of them this side of the border. The other side, people feel they're more Scottish than English, and some of them think they're just in like the in no man's land essentially. I can cross the border and get this thing that I love, blah blah blah, or visit this place which I love, whatever. They consider themselves a native of both Scotland and England. It's odd. Each to their own, of course. I am Scottish. Ah, I know where Ambleside is. I haven't been there yet. Both my sisters and my mother and my niblet, or niece, for to make it easier for myself. It's very touristy around that bit for obvious reasons. You'll know you've been there. That's better. That's not look good. Come on, you just go there and I can keep my hands warm like that. Much better. I've seen lovely photos that my sister, my younger sister's taken when she visited down there. Looks gorgeous. Ooh, dear hills. Sorry, Scottish coming out there. We would class them as hills. Yeah, suppose it would be. Okay, the by Alex and Rose Cocker. Oh, it's an analysis piece. The Greens are even more dangerous than Starmer's Labour. Yes, correct. Hills. Sorry. Don't get me. If people want to call them mountains, they can call them mountains, but I live up here. They're hills. You want mountains, come to Scotland. We've got plenty of them. The Greens are even more dangerous than Starmer's Labour. That in itself is fucking mental. Yeah, the bar's not high. Oh God. The Daily Express is like Fox News in newspaper form. They're right wing, they're basically a Tory, or most of them have went over to Reform now. So this is basically a right wing rag that I wouldn't use to wipe my butt. I don't know why people are still reading this thing. In a shock move, the Daily Express, the UK's 16th most popular source of scrap paper, funny, appears to be running the Greens ad campaign for them. What an act of charity! Without even a trace of irony or self-awareness detected. It is the Daily Express. The Express recently ran the headline. The party even more dangerous than Starmer's Labour. Help. And getting more extreme, says a right-wing rack. Brilliant. Founded on sound environmental principles, it's no longer just about trees and animals, but overthrowing our tolerant society. Putin's communists? Worse still, the headline, the online header reads, oh God, the party even more dangerous than Starmer's Labour, UK's answer to Putin's communists. There are no well, there might be a few, but in power, there are no communists in Russia. Trust me on that. Most of them got power. urged during the shop doctrine that Russia went through in the 90s. They either all fled, they went to different parts of the world. Some of them literally just grabbed what they had in their flat, put what they needed into a suitcase and fucked off. Literally scarpered out the country with all their relevant documentation and passport in hand. Literally just left entire flats, entire buildings, just fucking ran. I don't blame them. They would have been locked up or worse. As a quick aside, if the fact that the Daily Express is written across the top of the page wasn't enough of a clue for you, the Putin stuff should be enough to tip you off that what you're about to read shouldn't be taken as anything resembling serious political discourse. It's nothing but a rant. Trust me, you do not need to read the Daily Express. Sure, Putin was a member of the KGB, second in command of the what directorate? What directorate? He was basically the one in charge of all the spies that they had dotted about the place. Not in Russia, out west, just in other countries. What directorate? Can't remember, because they kept on changing it. After about 78, 79, all the directorates got changed over, no, like the different departments within the KGB. They all got changed over and things like that. So it was the second directorate, which was basically our version, their version, the Soviet version of MI6. Basically, people like Bond, but it got shifted. At one point in his KGB career, he was a mole hunter, basically trying to find other spies that had been planted in the KGB or in the Soviet governments. Sure, Putin was a member of the KGB. Yeah, we all know this. Then let me check. Oh, yeah. Communism in Russia fell with the end of the Soviet Union in 1991. Technically, it started in 1990. Putin has been the de facto leader of Russia since 99. There's people been saying that since the fall he's been in charge, which would have been a neat trick because he was literally just in a lowly office. After 92, he got put somewhere and just said, maintain these files. You're in charge of blah people, like a few people, and that's it. That's he got shuffled off. He got put in somewhere innocuous, essentially inconsequential, I might say. So straight away, I'm going to assume that the columnist Tim Newark has been in some kind of coma for the last 30 years. Maybe. It's rather cruel that the Express immediately put him to work criticising the Green Party rather than letting the poor sod catch up on world news for a couple of days. Trust me, there's still journalists who were covering the KGB. They're still journalists. They're all in their 60s and 70s now, of course. Anyway, on to the main event. More dangerous than Labour? Sign me up. Yeah, sign me the fuck up as well. Thanks. Advertising. Obviously, Polanski was jubilant at the headline. He posted, I'm never actually going to need to write another comment piece again, am I? You never know, you might actually get more. The right wing shit rags are going to keep recruiting for us. Well said, Zach. Love it. But wait, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, I hear you cry. By the same token, maybe some slapdash editor slapped a ridiculous headline on an otherwise insightful work of policy analysis in search of cheap outrage clicks. Let's see. Have I fallen for the Machiavellian machinations of a right-wing shit rag? Hmm, unfortunately not. Tim Newark, allegedly political commentator, whoever the fuck that is, wrote for the Express. The Green Party at its annual conference at the weekend voted to abolish private landlords. Yes, you read that correctly. Even a former deputy leader said it sounded like something from the Communist Manifesto. But it's no surprise, really. The Greens have long been opposed to capitalism. We have been, mostly. Hmm. I know it'll be a foreign concept to the likes of Newark, but the Greens being opposed to the worst extents of capitalism is called a coherent political ideology. Capitalism is fueling the climate crisis with its unending pursuit of profit at all costs. Line must go up, everyone, apparently. Individual carbon responsibility means fuck all if businesses are allowed to ruin our environment with impunity. Correct. The fact that the Greens are standing in opposition to that is a demonstration that they've actually thought this shit through to its logical conclusion. We have eco-socialist here, by the way. Likewise, the greed of private landlords is a key driver of homelessness in the UK. Correct. The country is currently facing a crisis in which 1 in every 200 households is living in emergency accommodation. That's basically either B&Bs or hotels while they try to find you suitable accommodation, basically a suitable place to live. I've got a flat. This has been fixed, mostly. The main problem, the damp, has been dealt with. Victory. Next, the floorboards. That might help. Abolishing private landlords would be a fantastic step towards solving that. It would be. Scratch an Express columnist, get an Islamophobe, plus a couple of others. Also, as a point of order, the Communist Manifesto does mention landlords a few times. Well done, Tim. It does. Hang on. Where would be that one? Oh, red one. You say ho. Next. Ah, all the problemas. And Redland. Are you subbed to Redland? I love my bald comrade. He is awesome. Go and follow Redland Thought. He is great. However, it was Mao who embarked on a project of actually landlords. Yeah, he's amazing. However, it was Mao who embarked on a project of actually landlords. I'm not going to say that word. I'm genuinely amazed that Newark didn't bother to mention that little tidbit, given the absolute stream of racist bile he prints later in the article. Again, Daily Express, right-wing rag, not worth using as toilet paper. Current deputy leader, Mothin Ali, and Tiny King, he's short. The other co-deputy is Rachel Millward, and she is tall. She looked at, I think she's taller than me and I'm 5'8". Mothin is shorter than me. Ray Joyce, comrades, resident philosopher is here. Hi, Sribby. Welcome, welcome. We are reading an article from the Canary about an Express columnist losing his shit. It is delightful. Is it? 3.4? What the fuck? How long to be in it? I know property appreciates in value, especially, you know, Chiswick. Remind me again, Scribby, where Chiswick is? Current Deputy Leader Mohsen Ali espouses a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel doctrine that cares more about Gaza than his local ward. That is incorrect. How that helps the UK environment, anyone can guess. West London, thank you. That one's easy, buddy. The carbon footprint of Israel's genocide of the people of Gaza is bigger than entire countries. Yeah. Next ridiculous statement. I have never, well, I was going to say read. I have never paid for the Daily Express. I have read it. A lot of my leftist friends here in Glasgow, they buy all of them, and we used to just they're you can read it now and tell us what things you picked up in it. We try not to give these right wing bags fucking money. There's no point. He goes on to write some guff about Green Alliance of the guilt-ridden middle classes. Yeah, guilt-ridden middle classes. Mm. Muslims and trans activists. What the hell? Apparently, history shows that Muslims will murder us all as soon as they get into power. Excuse me? Just like they did in Iran in 1979. Well, the reason that happened is because we went in and installed a dictatorship with the help of the Americans in 1953. 53. Yeah, you get that. You get access to that one as well, don't you? Fucking hell. It's called the Daily Moan or the Daily Minger up here. Like that, Daily Minger. Not the sharpest analysis, but it's at least narrowing the window on when Newark must have slipped into his coma. He goes on. At the party conference, Senior Green Faiz Hassan said Muslims had the opportunity to politically eliminate and decapitate some of the nastiest politicians we have. He was being rhetorical. We can deal them a blow so they can just fuck off, get them out of our politics, find they can do whatever they like. I don't want them in power. I don't want them drafting legislation just going, mind you, I'm a lefty loony. I can't be trusted. I will just turn into a dictatorship if I ever get in power, apparently. Incredibly cheap and disgusting shot. Yeah, even for the Express. Whilst addressing a meeting of the Muslim Greens, Hassan actually said, "We have Tottenham, which is another state with more than 20% of the population, where we could be rid of." David Lammy was Foreign Secretary, now Deputy Prime Minister. We could have had West Streeting in Ilford North, 512 fucking votes, and we wouldn't need to be worrying about Wes. The Daily Hail. I have seen that a couple of times in Kev's chat. That is quite fun and very accurate because they literally were backing the British Union of Fascists, giving actual material support to Mosley. Delightful. So this is an opportunity that we as Muslims have to actually decapitate some of the nastiest politicians we have in the country politically. Yeah, getting rid of them would be a good thing. Especially getting rid of these two fuckers. I don't think either of them are going to survive. At least not, I think Wes is fucked. Seriously, 512 votes is fuck all. Clearly figurative language, yeah. Poetic license in a speech, Christ's sake. Just like you have license to write whatever the fuck you want in your column. But that doesn't matter when you're just trying to sound an Islamophobic dog whistle, doesn't it? Newark leaves off by stating that Polanski is fanning level, revolutionary flames, Christ, and his followers are lapping it up. It is, it is a member-led party. Huh. That's one thing at least we can agree on. We're loving Polanski's politics over here at the Canary. So am I. Apparently, though, he also wants to redistribute our money and turn Britain into a left-wing haven. One thing at a time, mate. One thing at a time. Alex Rose Cocker wishes Tim Newark a speedy recovery and asks that the Express doesn't work him quite so hard. It's clearly too much. Oh, I fucking love that. Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, fuck no. Right, there we go. Oh, this one's fun. Oh, a squawk box. Down you go. This one should be quite fun. Oi, behave. Sorry about that. I think he just wobbled a bit. Check my internet. Oh, it's went down to good. It's not excellent. That's weird. Wonder how that happened. Oh, yeah. Prepare yourself. An Israeli propaganda video attempting to smear the Global Summit Flotilla, or GSF, activists who were abducted in international waters, never forget that, last week has fallen on its face very hard and very fast. Yeah, thanks to the habitual shoddiness of the ethno-state's Hasbara. US so-called influencer Lizzie Savetsky, one of several invited to meet and receive instructions from wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, last week to publish paid pro-Israel propaganda, published a video in which she claims to be on board one of the GSF boats and that she did not find any aid on board, but did find needles and condoms, but didn't show them on camera as you expect. Right? Give me a minute. I keep on forgetting that, Scribby. There we go. That's better. There's a well on my right ear, so I keep on having to bring my hair down to cover it when I'm using my headphones. Some bloke called Adolf. Brilliant. Okay. And she points to supposed supplies brought by the GSF volunteers, revealing that the propagandists were so lazy that they didn't even bother to source any European products for the scam, but used Israeli groceries instead. So light this there. Oh, will I play it? Fuck, I'll play it.
Hi everyone, it is Lizzie Savetsky. I'm reporting to you live from Greta's flotilla where 44 boats were intercepted yesterday, allegedly bringing aid to Gaza. Let's go inside, I'll give you a tour. Margarita machine and some empty bottles. Let's go down. See, you know, I don't see any aid. Where's the aid? I see a bed. I see some of the same things that I saw in the encampments on the college campuses. No aid. It's so weird. All I see is some condom wrappers, drug paraphernalia, needles. No aid. We've given the pro Hamas flotilla an Israeli makeover. Am Yisrael Chai. Guys, I'm just kidding. Or am I?
What the fuck? These people. Fucking hell. Yeah. Oh my. The colonial propaganda's shoddiness was quickly picked up by the commentators who pointed out there's really orange juice and milk in boxes on the counter. Oh, yeah. What, you think they'd have ninja fucking stuff on this boat, on their boats? Oh, God. If the propagandists were too lazy to buy foreign groceries, they were certainly too lazy to go to Ashdod port, where almost 50 boats stolen by Israel are being held. But, oh God, Simless bastards failed again. I do apologise if anyone's on my YouTube. I hope it's working for you on your end. I'm still here. So, oh, right. Oh, the added context. The video does not show the flotilla's boats. The original clip is geotagged in Tel Aviv, while the flotilla's boats were actually taken to the port of Ashdod. At the end, the influencer says she's just kidding, so the post spreads disinformation with an out of context video. Good point. Fucking nuts. Not that they seem to think anyone would notice them. Oh God, I'm not going to even attempt that. Jewish religious boxes containing scripture put on doorposts indicating the boat was an Israeli vessel. Seems like one of those little mini fonts you get in Catholic houses. There's one in my mum's house. My stepdad uses it. He was the one that screwed it in its place. You're like, oh. Plus, there is Christ on the cross on the wall going up the stairs. the bedrooms and the bathroom. God, those stairs. Despite what appears to have been an attempt by Israeli bots to boost the likes on the video, it was very nearly ratioed. Brilliant. Fucking bring it on. A sign of a disastrous post, as hundreds of respondents posted replies mocking the incompetence and laziness of the Israeli propaganda machine. Yeah, these are a few pics. That one's quite funny. Oh my God. That is a lot of laughing emojis. Oh God. Oh, two of them aren't on Twitter. Oh, one of them's only TikTok. Is there one that? Oh, there's two of them that are on all the platforms. They must be getting the big bucks. Hmm. How do they? That is a lot to be doing. I'm a bit lax in actually maintaining this stream, making it to look good and stuff like that. And right, well, I do hope I provide you with the at least some entertainment and some much vital analysis and communication about what's going on in the world within my own little way. Yeah. But if they're doing this on the daily, the ones that these two that are doing it on fucking Twitter, Insta, and fucking TikTok, is the one with just one. So there's one that's just got one of them on TikTok. Oh, thank you, Parkours. Don't get me wrong. I've had three. I've had two before. I've had when it was before he changed it when he before he changed it to action to X. I did have Twitter and I did have an Instagram for makeup and stuff like that and choosing outfits for going out for different occasions and shit like that. That was a while ago. And I just about handled doing like Instagram and Twitter. I was more political on Twitter. I was more makeup based and stuff on Instagram. Gary McGuigan, he Novara. He's a researcher, by the way. We have the receipts, you liars. This was shot on the 10th of September in Tunisia by my colleague Kieran Andreou, who has actually been on fucking Novara Live, who you are now illegally detaining. Yeah, he was on the summit. He was on. I can't remember what ship he was on, but yeah, he's getting held. They literally have the receipts for this shit. So far, despite the shame, Zavetsky has not locked or deleted her account. Oh, thank you. Oh, you on here? Ah, Do 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 do. So there's another one. Another one. Invite. Copy link. Copy. Ah, yeah. Give me back. Give me. Oh God, what you cut out me now. I will say again, I do apologize, YouTube. Ta-da! Link. This is numpty woman over there. There is a channel on my Discord called Plug Yourself, which is basically the promotion channel for other people, for yourself, and for other channels you think I would like. So feel free to go and put your link into that and post anything. If you see a channel you like the look of, feel free to post in it. So far, despite the shame, Savetsky has not locked or deleted her account. I thought it was called archived. Hmm. Perhaps the contracts with Israel for paid propaganda don't allow it. Quite possibly. But while watching Israeli shells crash and burn has its funny side, Israeli crimes are deadly serious. The occupation has murdered almost 700,000 Palestinian civilians in 2 years of genocide. I agree. More than half of them under 5 years old, and has already attacked a new flotilla that set sail last week in international waters and abducted its crews to silence and inaction from the UK and other Western governments. Literally, one of Keir Starmer's own constituents, so someone from his constituency, we do not know if he voted Labour or not, but it doesn't really fucking matter. One of Keir Starmer's actual constituents, who lives in his St Pancras and Holborn, middle class and kind of posh, essentially. You know what? I'll show you where it is. Might be an idea. Oh, go the easy way. There we go. Prime Minister. The, oh, you're 63. Where are we? Oh, you've even been married 20 years. Hmm. The Right Honourable, my fucking arse. Prime Minister, opposition, Labour leader. Oh, got it round the wrong way. Oh, God. Just like the Hampstead. Oh, Christ, it literally brushes up on the city. Technically, North London is near London. The seat of Holborn and St Pancras was drawn in 2010. Christ, it's one of the younger, well, there's ones that have literally just been created from the Boundary Commission for last year's general election. The seat of Holborn and St Pancras, as drawn in 2010, is composed of all but the small western portion of so it's Camden. Too busy, too expensive. Super Hubby's been down to it. on his way to go out to Heathrow to fly out of the country. This was before we met. Both my sisters have been down to London. My younger sister in work capacity when she worked for Megabus. So it's pretty much Camden then that you represent. Delightful. It extends from Covent Garden to Bloomsbury, right in the heart of the West End. Okay, Northwest one. So yep, north in elevation terms, upwards through fashionable and economically diverse Camden Town to the affluent Highgate and Kentish. Oh, fucking hell! Oh, right. No, no, no. This is where rich bastards live. The trains are good, mostly. The buses are all right. TfL, Transport for London, which the mayor oversees, is one of the city's fucked. Trying to get around in London is fucking mental because there's different traffic control measures that go on because it's fucking massive, obviously. The trains need fixed. There's lines that need to be upgraded and stuff. And uh, traveling on the roads, be you on a bus, driving a car, using a taxi, whatever, delivering shit around the place. The roads in London are basically fucked from Londoners that I've spoken to. So no, fuck you. It's mostly it's probably going to be rich bastards that live in his seat. I didn't know it was that fucking close to the city. Christ. I can't remember if I put anything else somewhere else. Check out the general channel. Huh. Ah! I should have just checked the time. Oh, would you just put in news? News. I didn't need to cover that one. Yeah, I'm done actually with that. I thought I had something else posted in my Discord to read. I'm sure I have put a few things into either my watch later. Thank you for posting that in the Discord, of course. Okay, watch later. Mm, haha. Oh, Maggie. Hello, Maggie. Oh yeah, I forgot about these. Um, I did. Oh, I've posted a fair bit in here. Oh yeah, I'll move you actually, because you're fun. You're bleach. There's your playlist. Oh, well, nothing on that there. Can take you out and watch later. There we go. Add to stream videos. I can remove them now. Okay, it is only 38 seconds. I will tell you who this person is. This is Maggie Chapman. She's a Scotch Greens MSP.
I mean, it's very clear that a lot of the policies that we are hearing from Reform are racist. But what's really striking is that Labour seem to be following them. Labour seem to be trying to outdo the right by pandering to them. We've seen that with their proposals around clamping down on immigration. We've seen that on so many different levels. What we really need to see is all of our politicians be very, very clear and state very clearly that there is no place for racism on our streets. There is no place for the kind of bigotry and hatred and the stirring up of that hatred that we are seeing far too often on our streets.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has arrived in Mumbai for a 2-day.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you. Um, Heavy metal and rock, but I do like um the EDM. Remember something blew up last year, the hostile government takeover. Eh? Uh, the Ghost, who else? Oh God, power metal. Think Sabaton, bands like that. Um, Obviously your classics like Metallica and shit. Oh God, yeah, Kid Capucci. Yeah, I like him. Yeah, Kid Capucci really quite good. Who else? Whoever done that cover, that I could. Oh God, will I get clapped for showing it? I'm not entirely sure. Fuck it, I'll find it. I'll come back to this. I'll see if I can find them. Ah!
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I wanna talk
Oh, very,
about
very
it, but
busy.
I've been late for work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? We have one, but you didn't want that
Oh, don't
lady
worry.
in office. Hostile government takeover. Hostile government takeover. That we're a part of a Nigerian Princeton. Surprise, surprise, it ended up being a white man. Oh, I just wanna know what the hell do I do? Probably drink, drink, drink. And if you're saying, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? We have one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government. We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I wanna talk about.
What I do is I clip it out, I edit it out, because I keep on meaning it's difficult for me. I've got someone lined up to be my editor, and the minute I can actually afford to pay this person who's going to edit it for me, they're going to make it a lot better for me, and so I can post onto YouTube, and actually so people can just go back and watch stuff when I've actually covered it decently. I'm not entirely sure how much that will be. 100 or something, I think. Rejoice, comrades! Reza Lindsay is here. Hi, Reza. How's it going? I keep on checking the polls. I will be going to the conference next week. I'm going to get tips for you. Reform won't know what hit them. I would come down, literally, I would come down in a fucking heartbeat to help you. But this be gobbled. So the best thing I can do is give you tips and see, well, obviously reach out to Green Party members there as well. Okay, back to Al Jazeera English. Just a short one. Brilliant.
For a two-day visit to India. He's joined by hundreds of business and cultural leaders, both sides hoping to increase trade and economic ties. But ahead of the trip, Starmer said he didn't plan to address the issue of expanding visa access for Indian professionals. The visit follows the landmark free trade deal that the UK and India signed in July after 3 years of negotiations. It links the world's fifth and sixth largest economies and aims to increase annual trade, now worth nearly $55 billion, by another $34 billion in 15 years.
Reza, yourself first. I order you yourself first. Obviously, if you need to if you're on meds or anything, take meds. But look after yourself first. Maintain your household. Get yourself good. And other things to maintain body. Reach out to family and friends for help with basically just talking shit. Then come here, or Kev, or Helena, or Raptor if you want. Whoever you see that you know you can talk to, always look after yourself first. I I try to look after myself, even failing miserably. Trying to keep ahead of the curve, or the decline, if you wish. Easier. I'm in a good place mentally, mostly in relation to like my actual health, well, my actual physical health, my household, my own little slice of semi-heaven in my flat. That is the trick, isn't it? Don't know how to, at times, when this starts breaking down, that it usually has some, people say it's psychosomatic, but they're trying to see if there's like not prove links, to see if there's links between mental health and actual physical degradation. Obviously, the body is always changing and breaking down to a certain fashion. We are getting older. We do get old, obviously. I'm in a good enough mental health space to actually cover what's happening in the news and across the world and shit like that. Covering history, teaching people, that kind of thing. You'll physically see my body breaking down in front of your eyes if you're lucky. Oh, I try not to aggravate people's mental health, trust me on that one. It's difficult trying, obviously this keeps all of this going. Without that, this might break down more or faster, or break down in weird tangential ways. The human body's weird. That's why people go and study it. That's why they become doctors. Either to maintain it, keep it going, even though things are wrong with it. Obviously, there's millions of people across the globe with complex mental, complex health issues, physical issues. Plus, there is diseases of the brain which physically affect the rest of the body. Obviously, things can infect the brain and that. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, the environment does affect how our body and mind work. Oh, I love that one. Fucking love it. My first one was the bonk. I like that bonk. Literally, some people do need a frying pan to the base. I will not say who. You do that. You do what is good for your mental health, Reza, honestly. What was it? I was covering something and I said I need Reza here for this one. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been from Political Custard. If you haven't already, go and check out Political Custard. It is rather fun. It has got an entire playlist of the councils, the 10 that have been voted in and how they're fucking failing. Who'd have thunk that? Reform candidates not knowing how to run a council. And Manfred wants to run an entire fucking country. Get wrecked, Nigel. You're never going to be Prime Minister if I have any.
The deal is expected to add around $6 billion a year to the UK economy, supporting more than 600,000 jobs across both nations. It cuts an average tariff on British goods from 15% down to 3%, benefiting sectors like manufacturing and energy. In return, the UK will lower duties on Indian textiles, clothing, footwear and seafood exports. Aviation is also taking off. Manchester Airport will open a new Indigo-operated Delhi route, expected to create 450 jobs and generate about $95 million in trade and tourism.
That's that in the scheme of things, that's fucking nothing. Don't get me wrong, those 75 jobs from Manchester Airport, good, good. But in the scheme of things, that's nothing. It was the Durham Council one. I will fucking find that one. It is, oh dear God, yeah, the council near you, yeah, and the one in Northumberland. It's a fucking shit show. I don't know why the people voted for them. You can still have a right-wing council if you like. The Tories done well, I guess. They've ran councils for fucking decades. You can have sort of right-wing policies at the council level, but you can have it basically run correctly with the added flavour of right-wing fuckwittery, not absolute fucking chaos fuckwittery. Some of the shit that, oh God. And I say again, these people want to run an entire fucking country. Give me a break. I'm going to prevent that from fucking happening in my life. They were, was it Keir that mentioned it? Or was it someone else? I can't remember who the Transport Secretary is. Oh, wait, Heidi Alexander. Fuck, you had to remember her name. Doing the links there from like Liverpool and Manchester across to Leeds and maybe into the other parts of like Yorkshire and stuff. I'll believe it when I see it. Don't get me wrong, that shit needs done, but I just don't fucking trust this government to do it either do it or do it well. If they do it, would they do it correctly? I'm doubtful on that, really. Yeah. Yeah, it was locally, not regionally. Westminster sees Newcastle as a Scottish city. I can create you all honorary Scots. In my eyes, I will treat you as like Scottish people. At one point, we did actually have control of you few centuries ago. A few centuries ago. I will call you all honorary Scottish people. Yeah, literally anything north of fucking Birmingham. Well, even Birmingham, they're not really fucking doing. I don't know. Anything north of Birmingham, basically, they don't give a fuck about. You are all Scottish to me now.
Well, Brahma Chalini is a professor of strategic studies at the Centre for Policy Research in New Delhi and a former advisor to India's National Security Council. He joins us now live from New Delhi. Brahma, thank you very much for your time on the program. 3 years. Was the juice worth the squeeze? Is this a good deal for India?
That's a good question, Anna. For Britain, this was a very important deal because since Brexit, Britain had been seeking an FTA with India, given the fact that India is a rising giant at a time when other important economies are stagnating. They are facing demographic decline.
Rejoice, comrades, John the Brazen. Hi, John. They do need the investment. Don't get me wrong, I know this. We've got Barnsley, Bradford, Bradford. Sorry, John. Mm. And as Friends Trust in Manchester, obviously we've got Kevin Birmingham, Reza in Newcastle, and a couple of other people dotted about the place, both here in down in the south and in parts of up and down the east and west coast of England. Obviously, you've got me up here in Scotland. Praise be your Scottish comrade. Literally looking down at England and at these 10 councils, what the fuck are you lunatics doing? I will say again, these people think they're going to be able to run a fucking country with any fucking luck because they're being so inept at running these 10 councils so far. Parts of the country will be turned off. Look at what they're fucking doing. It's just a council, not an entire country, and get turned off from the fucking chaos that's happening. Correct, Reza. Bring it on. Super Hubby was saying to me, he remembers, I can see it, Nandi suggesting this fucking ages ago. Leadership campaign, fucking 5 years ago. Nearly six now, actually. Federated, no, like, to be properly federated, we need to get rid of the monarchy. So I don't know if that was her sly way of saying we need to get rid of the monarchy. Maybe. But he found this again when he was going through his YouTube. He doesn't keep any of his history, he doesn't save anything from his YouTube, and it just disappeared in his YouTube feed. And he watched it again, her saying that, and he said, "You know that she said that maybe a federated UK might work, but to be properly incorporated like a federation, like the States or other European countries, would need to put the monarchy. Might work, might be better, yeah, an easier way to take a lot of power away from Westminster. But we'd need someone in good faith doing this in Westminster, delegating all the power out and what we can actually do in sort of a federal UK. So it'd be the Federal Republic of the United Kingdom. Would be the Federal Republic of Great Britain because the United Kingdom is the fucking monarchy essentially. So we'd need to get rid of the UK part of it and make it a Great Britain. Hmm, might work. Yeah, thanks, Cameron. Brilliant. I just federated. Don't get me wrong, I would still be advocating for fucking independence. Nothing against my English comrades whatsoever. I love yous all. You are amazing people. Thank you for joining me here. Brilliant. Yeah, last night. Yeah, the older beasts who can see that their time is coming towards an end. That's when they start lashing out more. or if it gets cornered, if a beast gets cornered, it will start lashing out. So if the government feel it's getting threatened too much by either an insurgent party or from the actual people of the country, they start lashing out. So there is a balance, because if we push it too much and not want to go the full fucking hog, the state usually lashes out and goes like literally fucking jackboot right down on the face. There is a balancing act. You either go for the you start the bank and you do all the research and everything, you get everything in place, then you do the revolution. Or if you think you can actually do gradualism, some people do think that gradualism will work. No, it won't. Belfast scenario. Yeah. Some people do actually have a good read on this, Reza, don't get me wrong. I'm not entirely sure if I do. I'm more based in like what's happening up here. But don't get me wrong, I see what's happening in the rest of the country. I have my own analysis of it, obviously. There is signs to look out for, and I've been noticing just a couple of them so far. Obviously, we've got an insurgent party now. We've got Greens, we've got Zach in charge of the Green Party up here, plus Ross and Gillian up here for the Scottish Greens. Don't you worry. I keep a close eye on what is happening. I've got a research assistant. He literally goes through his entire newsfeed, no matter where it's from. He keeps on wanting to read stuff from like the Daily Express and the Daily Mail and shit like that and the Sun. But when he comes up against it to read the rest of the story, give him money. He said, fuck off, I'm not giving you money. If they try to hurt Holyrood, they're going to have me to deal with. Don't give me a reason to be that fucking angry. I'm angry enough as it is. But if they literally start doing some other things which were in the devolution settlement, there is a couple of key things that we have up here and that they have down in Westminster. There is two different parts to this. The blocking of the gender recognition, that was one part of it. There is another part that they can use and basically suspend all powers over my dead body. Seriously, if they enact that one, they're fucked. There's too many of us up here who love our Holyrood Parliament. So if they actually enact that part of it, how many just you'll have lots of angry Scots to deal with, even if we have to march down and educate you. Yeah, I have read them. I know the reason Neil's Mayor's got put in place was literally like John said. Unfortunately. Yeah.
Line, but India is a still growing giant with a huge market. And for Britain, an FTA with New Delhi was a much coveted accord. And what Prime Minister Starmer is seeking to do by coming to India this time is to translate that FTA into tangible economic gains for Britain. What's in it for India is a more difficult question to answer because India is not an
Yeah, that's
export-driven economy. Rather,
mental.
India's imports are far greater than its exports. India relies on domestic consumption for its growth. In fact, the FTAs that India has signed with other countries, including with Japan, South Korea, with ASEAN, with Australia, according to India's own trade minister, Piyush Goyal, these FTAs have not worked in India's favor. In fact, the ones with Asian neighbors, including Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN, according to him, they have undermined Indian manufacturing. So it's less clear as to what India gains from the FTA with Britain.
And indeed, this again goes back to manufacturing, doesn't it? When we look at the things that India will be able to send more of to the UK, textiles,
Yeah,
clothing and seafood. But the sticking point there is Keir Starmer's made it very clear, no relaxation of those visa rules.
Exactly. There is no relaxation on visas, nor is Britain addressing some of the other irritants that bedevil the bilateral relationship. For example, Britain is home to economic offenders from India. These are billionaires who have fled from India so as not to face trial for economic crimes. Billionaires like Malia, who was the owner of the Kingfisher airline before it went bust, or Nirav Modi, a very big diamond merchant. These figures are still ensconced in Britain. The second big irritant in the UK-India relationship is the role of Sikh militants in Britain. These militants, some time ago, they stormed the Indian High Commission in London. They they openly glorify political violence. They seek a separate Sikh homeland, which they would like to call Khalistan, and their role is certainly an irritant in the bilateral relationship.
So, Brahma, certainly a lot more left off the table rather than put onto it. Can I take you sideways a bit here? All of this going on at the same time that India was having to deal in a railroad negotiation with the United States over tariffs. So how much did that impact what they asked for and what they got from the UK?
It's a good question, Anna, because the UK-India trade deal was concluded before Trump slapped his sky-high tariffs and also made India the first and sole target of the secondary sanctions over imports of Russian energy. But I think for India, the deal with the UK serves as a model for what it would like to conclude, for what it would like to seek with the US, because the US demands are quite significantly different from what the UK sought in the trade negotiations with India.
Kim McGuinness, 29th of May, 1985. I'm 6 years older than her. What the fuck? She's Labour co-op. Mm, something. Good looking woman. Tara Kim McGuinness. Yep, 40. Yeah. Okay.
And so the UK-India trade deal serves for India as what India is willing to offer, because it'll be difficult for India to offer much more than what it offered the UK.
Brahma, thank you very much for your insight and analysis. That's Brahma Chalani, a Professor of Strategic Studies at the Centre for Policy Research in New Delhi.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
Hello, I'm Richard Murphy, and welcome to another of our weekly podcasts. This week it's slightly unusual because the person I'm interviewing is somebody who has, behind the scenes, been in every single video that this channel has.
Correct, Reza. Thanks, Maggie, for getting rid of all our manufacturing. Brilliant. Country can't purely run on just the service sector and the financial sector alone, obviously. Just saying.
Ever produced. Welcome to Tom Murphy, my son, who has been doing the videography for me ever since we began in April 2024.
Nepotism! Nepotism! I actually quite like that he hired his son. As long as he's paying him a decent wage. Probably quite a good wage, knowing his dad. Hello, son.
But is now making his first appearance on the screen to talk about a subject which really matters to him and which has been discussed a lot inside our family environment because of its impact upon young people, his friends, his brother's friends, other young people that we know, and that is how AI is changing the employment scene. Now, I just want to make one point before we start, Thomas. Sorry, I call them Thomas, and absolutely nobody else in the world does.
Not a
And
person.
you'll
No,
just have
no
to
one.
Well, yeah, your mother does, but apart from that, that's it. Everybody else calls you Tom, I know. But there is this point I want to make, and I think it's really important. I read an article in the FT recently. I read articles every day on AI. I take 2 newsletters on the subject, so I'm a bit of a geek. But one of the things that is very obvious is that most companies have no
Because it'll
idea
affect your actual
what they're going to
business,
do with
Richard.
AI, why they're doing AI, and most are doing it because of what is called FOMO, the fear of missing out. All of them think we've got to do AI, even though we don't know what the purpose is, just in case
Don't
our
need to do it.
competitors find that purpose before we do. Nonetheless, the impact on
I want to jump through this fucking screen, this video, and nick that young man's jumper. That looks cozy. My four? Four winter jumpers are in a box. I know what box they're in. It's in the bedroom. It has a ton of other boxes on top and a ton of other crap on top of it in bags. But I know exactly what box it was because I wrote on the box winter clothing. Not like there's one that I left purposely out, which had all my gloves, my scarves, my wraps and pashminas and stuff. I left them out. But actual winter clothing like cotton tops, jumpers, heavier trousers, things of that nature, they're in a box. Follow our model for the love of God, publicly owned water people. It fucking works. Who'd have thunk it? You literally just need to come up to the Scottish Government, ask us, how did you do that? And we'll tell you how we done it. Mind you, we've got more fresh water than you. Sorry. We are upgrading our water treatment and sewage treatment plants across Scotland. The ones down here on the Central Belt, there's one that is nearly fucking finished. It will be finished in the next couple of weeks. So by the end of this month, maybe the start of November, it'll be fine. They've upgraded it and stuff. But all the other ones for the Central Belt, essentially, providing our water and doing the treatment works to deal with all the waste stuff, not just what comes out of people's households and stuff, but other waste products from like industrial processes and shit. It's all getting this. All of them have been upgraded. The main one for Glasgow essentially was the first thing that they fucking went and fixed. Upgraded it all. It looks amazing, apparently. Good. and all the pipes got upgraded and stuff like that. Better water management and flow systems for the actual piping across Glasgow. Don't make me go out and buy a katana, Reza. I actually got quoted a couple of times in the past saying, why don't you just do a pipeline? Bring it down to us. Us in Eating, most of the ones that we can actually pipe to safely and relatively easily, let's put it that way, would be as far down as you, Reza. The main ones they were asking to actually pipe this water down from Scotland was the southeast. From a freshwater loch 50 miles north of Glasgow, down to like Kent and Surrey, or parts of the west, like Hampshire and Gloucestershire, like that. You'd be paying for it. I've went into this not knowing. I usually watch Richard's videos during the day. I haven't actually seen this one yet. He might. There's every possibility that if that's obviously if he's reading up on AI on a daily basis, he probably has found it. So if it's important enough that he reads it, he usually mentions it in his videos. He's done it all the time with other things that have been published and shit. That is a good thing about Richard. He is really, really, really good.
The real world, and in this sense, on younger people, is enormous. So, Tom, we've been talking about this for some time. We've become aware of the impact on younger people. I've seen it through my university contacts. Even employers aren't aware of precisely why they're preferring AI to young people these days. But if employers aren't prepared, where does this leave graduates trying to get their first break into the employment scene?
I think it leaves graduates and people going into university or people thinking about going to university at the moment, no matter what stage they're at, in a really confusing situation because they don't know, I didn't know where I was going to develop. When I was at university a few years ago, I started in, what was it, 2020. AI was not as prevalent. It was kind of starting to become a thing. It was kind of like, a smartphone. People started to have them and then they started appearing everywhere. And everyone seems to be using AI now. I use ChatGPT quite a bit when I feel like I need some data because it's just easier to find. And I might have used it more at uni. I didn't use it much overall just because I didn't trust its efficiency. And it's certainly developed a lot since that period. But because we don't know what is going to happen with AI, how employers are going to use it, what is going to be developed with software, how it might change our employability or what jobs will actually exist. I think it makes graduates or people who are going to graduate unsure as to what they should actually be learning or looking at going into after university. Some people might be thinking that they've started a course that now isn't as relevant as it might have been beforehand. Tech jobs are going to change.
Well said, Reza. Well said.
Quite a lot, I think, because lots of data gathering
Feel
jobs are
free to
going to
pin that
just
one if you want, if
become
you're in one
irrelevant
view.
because AI will,
Can't
in
see
theory,
them
be able to do
anymore.
them incredibly efficiently and much quicker. And that will obviously completely change
Thank
that
you, John.
market for what students can actually do.
Oh, yeah, this click's over.
We've seen the impact of AI on the hiring model of employers. We know that this is happening. I know about it because I've been discussing this with other people in the accountancy sector, particularly in the university accounting sector, where there's a real concern that, as you've just said, that people going to university are suddenly realizing that the courses they're doing may be not as popular as they were because at the end of the day, there might not be a job. You've seen the employer recruitment process firsthand because you did try to get jobs as a trainee accountant before you decided that wasn't
no luck.
Well, before you decided that wasn't the route you wanted to go down.
they won't be able to make a return on every sector. Yes, I know this. Healthcare, as much as as this government thinks it's going to fix the NHS, it fucking won't. I've actually asked my sister about this a few months ago now, but I still asked her about it. Do you think AI is going to put your job in jeopardy? No. For clarity, my youngest sister, is a community nurse. She gets in the car and drives around the place and basically nurses people. It's her job. She's coming to university trying to get band 7 so she can have prescribing and other drug related responsibilities. So she's back at Dundee University plus doing her job. She's very good all the time. I'm surprised when I actually get through to her and talk to her. She does have downtime, don't get me wrong, but she works basically nearly all the hours that God sends. I keep on saying to her, take a break, Mrs. Please. It has to a certain extent. I think that's as much as it can possibly implement it in the NHS. You will never be a lot of doctors, some of the doctors that my sister has spoken to that she sees on a daily basis during her actual job, her work life, she's asked them, said, will it change what you do? No, it can come after aspects of my job being a doctor, but it won't get rid of me. I will still be needed. You will still need the people. They can use it saying it's going to fix the NHS and all that bollocks. No, it fucking won't. Unless the AI is going to find where you can actually bring money from and not do cuts. Good luck with that. The only thing you're going to have to fucking do is put more money in. Arrgh. Well, yeah, to actually make the AI work properly and efficiently, you see them cropping up in some of the most rundown states in America, and they're like a black hole of energy that just suck up every bit of fucking energy from the state. And they're just cropping up all over the fucking place, literally taking all the power capacity out of the fucking place. So if there's any sort of disaster and you need the energy, these states are going to be left fucked because they need that amount of power, that amount of electricity essentially, or however the electricity is generated to cool the fucking data centers down. And and they ain't getting our water to cool the fucking bastards down. Holy fuck. I never fucking noticed that. My phone's down to 10%. I'm an umpty, I'm an umpty. Oh, I'm amazed as well, Reza. They just keep on allowing these data centers to be built. Yeah,
Down anyway. But there's some clear indication that employers aren't seeing the value in graduates anymore, but also they're putting impediments in the path to employing graduates by making the employment process itself incredibly AI driven and pretty alienating. What's going on here? What do you think?
Well, in terms of alienation of graduates, I think that's happening across the board because, at least from my experience, I mean, I did a course in accounting and finance. Well, initially I did it in marketing, but I switched because I thought it was more interesting. And I did a lot of interview processes. I got to the end of quite a lot of them, and you got the bog standard. We liked you, but no further developmental notes. But the first process of all of the interview processes was always fill in, this form. A lot of them, it didn't actually let you put in your CV, so it made it even more arduous. So you have to put it into individual boxes, inevitably, so that they can just put it through a system so that it can say, what have they got, what grades did they get, and it makes their AI system
Yeah.
most likely a lot more efficient in entering it, but it's unbelievably arduous, the most boring thing in the world. And then you have the tests that you have to go through, English and maths, and you have to do multiples of those in some instances. I did, and God, they do ruin your day sometimes, because you're looking to think about, God, I have to do another maths test. I thought I was done with this in secondary school, but no, I have to do another. And once you get to the end of that, you, in a lot of cases, still come to the position where you're just told, no, we don't want you. Please try again in the future. We'll keep your data on file, but we may get back to you, or you just simply get an email where it just says you were unlucky. And it's incredibly disheartening. And after reading some stuff on this subject or with AI, there's a research paper from the Holt International Business School, where they found that something like 98% of employers said they were struggling to fill all of their positions. But of that same group, 89% said that they did not want to use graduates. And this was a study performed over 1,600 people, 800 of whom were in HR, 800 of whom were students, graduates or postgraduates, to see what they thought. And I think it's quite a staggering number that 98% say they're struggling to find people, but 89% won't choose graduates themselves, people who are theoretically qualified, but they don't seem to think that they are when it actually comes to the end of their course. So it makes you think, what is the point in going to university? What's the point in becoming a graduate if no one wants to hire you for the position you actually theoretically became qualified in?
Well, let's talk about this area that
Mental.
you and I have had some experience in. You just applying at jobs at it. Me, a lifetime's career in it, in a sense, accountancy and finance. There's a lot of change that is evident about employment patterns. You were looking for a graduate job, and the data seems to show that that isn't what the firms want anymore. They're looking for 18-year-olds or whatever now.
Yeah, I mean, at least from what I saw, I would go to an interview when they were in person. The rare occasion now, most of them are online. You have to log into Microsoft Teams, which is a lovely experience. But you'd have maybe 50 or so.
I've done Teams because they were struggling with the Zoom during the pandemic. At times we had to get switched over. This was when another grouping I was part of during the pandemic, doing research, essentially reading books and all that kind of stuff. Because Zoom was getting overused and it was struggling with the amount of people actually using Zoom, even just for talking to each other, essentially, not using it for any sort of coordination or meetings and stuff like that. We all just gave up. Teams, you sure? Teams is dog shit. Oh God, yeah, easily, John. Rejoice, comrades, story girl is here. Hi, Gemma. Everyone, go and follow Story Girl. She be based. She be Australian. Another good Australian comrade. How's it going? We are surviving. I seem to be doing quite well. Uh, Mostly. Kind of cold and damp. We have hot water bottle. Hands were going blue earlier on, so that has to be staved off. I don't like it when my fingers go blue. Not good. Thank you for peering in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you were out. Be careful. Did you partake in a libation or two? Remember, stay hydrated. Drink juice, drink water. Have coffee if you want. Strong and black. I try not to do black too much. I need to ameliorate it with milk or cream. Still strong as fuck. I just a touch milk. And remember your electrolytes. The best thing I could possibly say to you, drink iron brew if you have it down in Australia. Richard Murphy, tax accountant and financial expert. Tom Murphy, son of Richard, and he's a graduate. Oh, I've been there. Actually, physically going out for me at times, depending on how I'm feeling, how this is doing, essentially, even without having a libation. Yeah, it does take a lot out of you. My sin, what I'm guilty of, is actually going out and doing shit that I wanted to do. There's stuff that I need to do, like doctor's appointments, go to hospital, blah, 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 all that stuff. But then after that, sometimes I still go out and do other things. That's when I start dipping into my reserves and using them up and still carrying on, literally to my detriment. And it usually takes me 2 or 3 days to recover. I am guilty of that. I need to change the way I actually operate when I go out the house.
18-year-olds or people who are getting ready to leave college
Lucky
going
girl.
for a entry position there, and you'd have about 30 or so graduates. But the 18-year-olds were going for 20, 30 positions, and the graduates are going for 10. So they have there's a much larger, group of people who are going to get jobs who are 18, who have theoretically less qualifications than the graduates who are going to a position above them purely because they have this extra experience. They don't need to be taught all the basics, but there are just fewer positions open for them because these employers think that they are going to need a lot of extra work anyway. So why hire more of them who they need to teach new things or teach them in new ways than take a blank slate, put them through the sausage machine because they're more willing to do it. They have less experience than those who might say, why is this the way I need to do this? Or just need to be taught in a different way, as graduates might need to be taught.
Yeah.
You've been looking at some case studies. I know one of the ones you looked at, and you've drawn it to my attention, and I read it, is about a graduate, I think, from Swansea University who had applied for what was it, 600 plus jobs?
It was,
and hadn't got one yet.
Yeah, it was a ludicrous number. It was something around 600, 700 or so jobs that they had applied for. She had done an accounting finance degree. I can't remember the grade she got to. I think it was a 2-1. But it took her 18 or so months to find a job in a graduate position. Which I think it's incredibly impressive. I would have been discouraged a long time before that. 18 months is a long time, and 600.
The voice, the mod who is lurking in the void, says hydrate. Thanks, Shanna, darling. You done the math wrong. Don't get me wrong, I do the math wrong all the time. Considering I used to do bookkeeping, that's kind of bad for me. So we're 602. So what are you, about 1.2 million? Yeah, your cities are more spread out because you've got enough land, mostly. Obviously in the centre, not many cities for an obvious reason. 1.3-ish, right? I didn't actually realise that the population of Adelaide was over 1 million. I thought you were about 750,000. Oh, oh God. I agree. 80 or 80. I say that in 80. The rest of your name I'll just leave. 80, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I am MadCat79 Scotty, a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. I talk about politics, health and disability issues. We are currently covering, this is, oh, I'll show you. This is Richard Murphy. He is a tax accountant and economist and financial expert. He is UK. This is his son, Tom, or Thomas if you wish. He is a graduate, and they're talking about how graduates are struggling to get jobs and the impact that AI might be having on their sector, specifically because he's basically followed in his dad's footsteps, doing economics and finance. Oh, right. Is it? Oh, Reza, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my comrade. That stuff is evil. One of the major breaks that I've had in both my feet throughout my life, the first one was when I was a teenager. Snow is evil. It slips me up. And I broke the first time I broke my foot, I broke my ankle, was when it was snowing. There was compacted snow underneath the fresh layer of snow. The school had been closed. The school had been closed down the day before, so we didn't need to go to school. What I was doing, I was going from my mum's house round the corner and down a bit to my gran's. And as I was coming out the close and going up the hill to turn round the corner the side of my garden, I went arse over tit and physically landed on my left foot. Like it was back, like I looked a mess. And the neighbour who I helped out with, like I looked after her garden and her little dog. She was outside just checking on everything, putting on salt, and she noticed me just going and came up and picked me up. Literally, she basically nearly carried me into her living room, put me on her sofa. Snow is evil. It can fuck off. I'm fine with the rain. I can go outside in the rain. I can get over getting the dampness, but when it gets snowy and icy, that shit is evil, and it can stay away from me. Has it? Oh dear God. Well, it depends how many people use it. That's why it's learning. Remember, these are large learning models. These are basically large learning brains sucking all the information that we give to it, keeping it in store and using it to do all its stuff. It all depends on what you put into what you ask, what information you're looking for. It's literally just a massive fucking comb or brush sweeping the internet. That is actually quite a good analogy for it. It's literally just a massive comb or vacuum sucking up every bit of information to give you the information that you need. And it's also retaining it. And the people who actually own these things, these large language models, and the Chat GPT, Gemini, whatever one it is, just pick one. The people who are in control of this data, who actually run these companies, that's who I don't trust. You can set the thing up to just basically scrub the internet for information or just comb the internet for information. You know, look, this is what you asked for. Here it is all here. I don't trust the bastards who own the fucking products, these things. I don't trust them. They are human. They're easily corruptible or be the corruptors, if you wish. 1.45. What? If you've been getting down and dirty and getting pregnant, that's not bad. If you've got enough space for 1.45 million people, have at. Have fun, get pregnant all you want. The birth rate for the Western nations, if you wish, the global north, our birth rates are fucking down the toilet, essentially. The birth rate here in the UK is dog shit. It's not too windy here just now, actually. It's more rainy. It will be clearing up this weekend, oddly enough, and next weekend, which is good. So we're getting a couple of days, basically just sunny, Light cloud cover, things like just nice and bright, really. Not much wind. Then kind of rainy on like Sunday, Monday. Then from Wednesday to basically the following Sunday, it's going to be nice and clear, sunny all the way through. I go to my conference on Friday the 17th, so next week. Yes, I actually checked in. I went and checked your main one. What? Fuck, I did check and I went and forgotten. What is it? 2.6 or something for Sydney. I keep on forgetting what the population is in Sydney. They've got two fucking options. Well, technically three, but the other one would involve encouraging people. Change immigration, let everyone come in, let people come in to actually build up the tax base again, because we need the people coming in, earning money, companies paying people to do a job, no matter if it's like a state job, like working in the NHS, or working as a bus driver or whatever, engineer, take your pick. Fucking working in a council if you wish. We need those people to come in, get paid a wage, buy a house, pay rent, whatever, go out and buy stuff, be it cider, fucking laptop, television, fucking sofa, whatever. Pay for your electricity and your gas. Pay for a car even, so they can get the tax take from that to build up the country again. Bigger tax take so they can actually spend the shit to actually improve the services in the country. Or raise our wages so we have more disposable income. Or get a new tax base by making people do the deed. Basically, just send out a nationwide PSA. Britain, get fucking, we need more children. Encouraging the country to actually get pregnant. Good luck with me. That's all I'll say. And good luck with both my sisters. Technically, only one of us can still get pregnant. I've never been able to get pregnant. I don't have the necessary plumbing, let's put it that way. And my mum sure as hell isn't going to be getting pregnant. Basically encouraging everyone under the age of 35 to get pregnant. That'll be fun. I can just see your Starmer encouraging people to go out and shag. Mind you, the problem with that route is it takes at least 18 years before they can enter the economy on a full-time basis. So that's going to take a while. So tell people to get pregnant, but in the meantime, immigration. So we've got left. There's going to be a fucking time bomb going off. I'm in this time bomb, by the way. When us older to younger Gen Xers start saying we need our pensions now, that's going to be fun. And if the tax base is too low, fuck, not going to be good. They're going to have to get this fucking sorted before I get to 50. And that's only in 4 years, essentially. Well, three. My birthday's in March. Did she? Wow. My sister-in-law, my sister's wife, 30, nearly 39 actually, she was 38. and they went through IVF. My younger sister started earlier. My lovely niblet was born when my sister was still a teenager. She was 16. Oh, the language surrounding that is delightful. My mum was a midwife, by the way. It depends who you ask and how you want to frame it, whether you, your wife, or you and your wife got pregnant. Technically, you're involved, but you have to have been. When I've asked my mum about that one, she gives me she gave me those three options. I can possibly say I can tell you who's carrying the child. That person's carrying the child. I helped birth the child. I helped the mother or the pregnant person. I keep on saying mother, sorry.
100 and something applications. I mean, they wear you down after doing 10 in a day,
Were
let
involved.
alone 600 or so. And I mean, if people are having to go through that, then how does that make them feel about wanting to actually start a profession? Does it disincentivize them from wanting to actually even start in a career? And you could argue that maybe that means that the career wasn't for them. They don't really want it. But should you have to do over 600 applications to start a job that you actually want? I think that kind of
No,
the
that is
system seems
fucking
rigged against you if
ridiculous.
that's what you're forced to do.
I don't want to depress you, but in 1979, I wrote 3 letters to 3 firms asking for a training position. I was offered all 3, and that was it. I chose one of them and said, "Yeah, off we go." Game
Not
over.
depressing at all.
That's the year I was born. So just going on your basic mathematics, Richard must have been 18 or 19. Let's say 19, make it easier for myself. 1960. That sounds about right. So he's 65, depending where his birthday is, of course. Wow. The first job I ever got, I was literally offered it. I didn't even need to write in. I was offered the job. It was working as a bartender in what is called a social club. It was the Celtic Supporters Club in Perth, by the way. I literally got offered it because the last little, they called me their eye candy or their wee cookie, essentially. You know, the eye candy, essentially. Pretty blonde hair, blue eyes, big titted, good at serving pints, good with talking to people. So I literally got offered this job. Amazing. Didn't need to write in. Yeah, it was a different time back then. That was fun. That's how I got my actual proper first job, which was bar manageress of a cocktail and wine bar in Perth. I showed an aptitude for the books because the club treasurer for the supporters club had left the books sitting next to the till, and I was looking them over, and he fucked one of the like so it's a three it's called a 3 line or it's called a 3 line book essentially. So you have the way he had set it up was wrong in my eyes. It's meant to be outgoing, incoming, balance, and there's a side line to deal with any corrections that you need to do in the books. So three lines essentially, and it changed it over because there was a unused spare book always underneath in one of the drawers, and I fixed it. She said you made a mistake there. I was only going a minute. How the fuck did you work that out so quickly? Because look, that one I dealt with that fucking delivery coming in. So I took over doing the books for a while, for about 4 or 5 months. Then they found out that they were looking for a new manager for another pub in Perth. That was fun when I got that job. Half the bar staff fucking hated me. Saying, why is this teenager going to be my boss? I did actually fix their income.
I'm not saying that my situation was that unusual. I know some who took longer than me. I don't think I knew anybody who applied for more than 10 jobs before they found one, for certain. But the data actually shows how hard this is. You've been looking at some
Never
other
needed
data
to
which
apply for more
shows
than
that
10.
there are just a lot more graduates looking
Yes.
for jobs at the moment than there are actually advertised graduate jobs available.
You can blame Blair for that. He literally said you should get a degree, go into this career, you'll earn more money, blah, 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 good for the economy and all that fucking bollocks. So what? Blair government's did, but slightly. I mean, because of the glut of all these graduates from like when Blair announced it, and from about 2000 to about 2006, there was basically a glut of graduates who went into these careers to whatever ones they wanted to do, because obviously there's lots of different types of degrees you can do at university. People saw how well this had worked and thought, fuck it, and encouraged their children to go and do university courses as well. That's why there's such a glut of graduates now. It's starting to go, it's dropped now because student fees don't work. Who'd have thunk it? Just get money from the fucking central government to cover any shortfall. Fucking bring in nominal fees if you want, but education should be free, especially for things that you need to run a fucking country. I will always advocate for STEM. Don't charge anyone for doing STEM degrees at all. We need these people. You need people like me. Well, I don't have a doctorate. You need people like me going into the career, the degree that I chose, which was virology and parasitology. I went and done a master's and a PhD. Might still actually have been in education at this point in my life. Delightful. Do not charge for STEM.
Yes.
What's it sort of looking like?
I think it's well, I think roughly, if I remember correctly, in 2024 at least, there were 17,000 or so graduate jobs in this some data that I looked at. And they reckoned that out of 17,000 graduate jobs, there were 1.2 million applications as graduates for them. So if my maths was correct when I did check it, that's roughly 70 people per position that you're going for. So even if it's something that you think is, oh, no one's going to be interested in this on average, there's going to be at least 20, even if it's not a popular
I
one.
give her
There's 70
course.
people per position that you're fighting for, which seems
Hmm.
incredibly, unlikely that you're going to get it.
It's a little bit different up here because it's probably the same in Richard and Tom's chosen career, but for my one to actually get the positions that I would want it to do, I'd need at least my master's or my doctorate. And I wouldn't have, you have to fund it yourself or find someone else to pay for it, either a government or sell your soul. I wasn't about to do that. No, 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 no. I'm not going to be owned by pharma. It's a little bit different. I don't know. I only know a couple of people who have been in this sphere. I know a lot of people who are in STEM and health related ones. Right? It is, yeah. They are Gemma, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Completely. All education should be free. Literally, I've been saying this for years. I would start with STEM first, though. The personal bias, really, because all my family members that I know, other than two family members who've done law and education, mind you, in saying that she's a English and maths teacher. She's done linguistics and mathematics at uni. My cousin, really quite intelligent. She's a teacher and a lecturer, essentially. She actually does work in both colleges and in school. Plus, my cousin's a procurator fiscal, basically a Scottish prosecutor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know lots of. You will notice this, especially in lefty circles, lefty areas in life. Quite a lot of us do have degrees. We struggle to find employment in our chosen professions, our chosen area of study that we want to go into. So we branch out mostly. Don't get me wrong, there's still people who go and actually do like PPE and stuff who actually become actual leftists. Proper fucking, well, maybe not proper communists, but decent Marxists and stuff, decent MLs and Maoists of that nature. I consider Richard more on the left than I do Gary Stevenson. Sorry, Gary. Your analysis is fucking amazing, and the way you lay it out and what's actually happening within the government and their own financial policy, whatever fucking Rachel Reeves wants to do and all that kind of shit. He's brilliant at analysing what they are doing, what we are not seeing or not understanding, and what they're going to, what the trajectory they put themselves on, essentially. Gary's good like that. Richard is the way he's showing us how we can actually change it and what the change will look like. Gary's good at the analysis of the minute. Richard is for the future, essentially. And maybe you never know, maybe Tom will be as well. So if he was in his teens, Tom's probably in his mid to late 20s, between 25 and 30. Oh, I've never actually seen him described like that. Fucking hell, you're right, Gemma. Pin that comment now, darling. That needs to be pinned. Get our people out first, then. Trust me, the growing distaste for the way this government is acting, literally arresting blind, disabled people in wheelchairs, no less, for literally protesting what's happening. Scumfuckery of the highest order. Hopefully, it will change the way it's actually operating. You do not need to say, Eri, where you are. I'd love to know what the situation is like wherever you live. Obviously, don't dox yourself. This is where you start losing some of us classic Marxists. Yeah, we all agree that the analysis is fucking awesome. Obviously, praise be Karl Marx. Problems. Sorry, I say that as a former trot as well. Sorry, I'm all kinds of evil on the left to some people. Don't worry, I recovered myself. I'm not a trot anymore. Without a doubt, Airy, without a doubt. We've done it in the past. Proven track record. I'll give you that one, yeah. It is kind of incomplete, but he was working on a different time period than us. We've got lots more analysis from when he was writing and stuff, and long after his death, obviously. We've got lots more data to go on now. So it is Marx, what Marx was saying back then has now been mostly complete. Obviously, we're still learning. We can still expand on it. Why, why do people think we're Marxists? With the day that we've now had between him doing the Communist Manifesto and everything like that, and what we've got to now in 2025, we've got a lot more data, so we can actually project further and say blah 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 blah. This is how we're going to do it, mostly. Honestly, until we actually start doing this stuff properly, we will never know. I do believe in the principle of the vanguard, obviously. Not that I'm going to be well, obviously I will be a part of it, but not physically in the vanguard because this body's a fucking mess.
Think about standing in a line and saying you're 71 or you're 70 in this queue. You might get to the end of it if you pick the right ball out of a hat. And it's just insane. With also, you have to consider every year we have more graduates. They don't just go away. People don't just leave. People still want to get their graduate positions. And in 2024, at least, something roughly 465,000 new graduates entered the market in the UK. So take that figure of 1.2.
So that's a few 100,000 each year that are graduating. What the fuck? That's not sustainable. There's not enough job growth in this fucking of a country this size. There might be other countries with job growth of that size, don't get me wrong, but we don't have that amount of jobs coming onto the market at all. Ah, this is where I start pissing off some of my lovely emails. I agree with you on that one. But that means you're not a Marxist. Yes, fucking, yes, it does. Shut up. I try not to. There are some people that I still know. Oh my, there's only the ones that I used to see on a daily basis, not a daily basis, a weekly basis when I first moved down to Glasgow. All but two, and I'm talking about the size of like there was 68 of us at one point. I was the youngest. Literally, I was the youngest. All but two are dead, so take away me, so 67. 65 are no longer with us. And a few of them were only a few years older than me. Alcohol and drugs. Funny that some Trotskyists being drug addicts. I just stuck to my drink. Oh, my nephew done that with my sister. That's my older nephew. So her first son, essentially. He used to do that. He used to see his mum losing her mind with her job. She was working for Stagecoach Omega Bus, which is, how can I and talking to the dad, to her partner. I used to come up and sing to my sister. Oh, lovely wee dude. If you need to go and be parent, go be parent. We need her for the future. I will see her just now. Oh, right.
Million applications per 17,000 and now 400,000 onto it. And that might be what it is for 2025. The probability of getting a job
It
goes
will
down
be.
even further. So, how do you stand a chance a lot of the time? How do people keep going
Good
for it
point.
unless they get lucky or they really do stand out from the crowd? But how, once again, can you know you stand out from the crowd if we don't know how the
Don't be loud. Try not to use physical. But I would assume you would not do this. I got smacked. I got scalped as a child if I acted out or done something wrong. Different time, obviously. Mum tried not to do it as much as she can. Physical violence does harm. Physically hurting your child doesn't work. Actually, just not worth it. Timeouts. Denial of favourite foods sometimes work, or just talk it out. Sit her down. We go. Right. I can't even, I don't want to imagine what my mum went through because she was born in 1954 for clarity. My granddad, apparently, dear God, he died when I was 3 months old, so I didn't really experience this individual. He was the one that done the physical punishment. My granny said to me before she passed, before she shuffled off this mortal coil, she said to me, thinking I was my mum, that I'm sorry for what for what your father did to you, smacking you and punching you like that. I thought, oh, there was just me and my gran, and she was in a nursing home essentially, and she apologised to me, thinking I was apparently I looked like my mum. I do kind of a bit. And she said I apologise in the way he treated you and your sisters. He was more. He punished my mum and my two aunties more than he punished his sons. That's just what the fuck. I'm glad I never met this man. Oh, Helena said to check out Steve Keen as well. Oh, don't worry. I was a teenager when this happened. Hands up if you know what a chip pan is. They be dangerous. Thank God air fryers exist. I burnt myself making myself chips. There was no one. My mum was on night shift, so her shift started an hour before school finished. So I was the first one to get back to the house, and I was making chips for us. And I was just about to put fish fingers under the grill for me and my sisters coming back from school. I got a bus back. I got a minibus because I was disabled, and I thought, let's do this. The chips are in the fridge. I just need to put the chip pan on. Because we had a gas stove, I said I quickly went to the toilet. I needed to go and relieve myself, washed my hands, came back, and it was on fire. Not knowing you had to just throw a damp tea towel or a damp towel of some description on top of it. I didn't. I literally took it off the heat and over to the sink, and it just went like that and burnt my left hand, burnt all the way down to about here when I was 14 years old. Second degree burn. Burning hot oil. Who does want it? It hurts. Oh, change of household situation. Literally change of house. Just settle in. Don't worry. Just show her around. Say, look, this is here now. This is where sofa is. This is where bed is. This is where bathroom is. This is where door to outside, where swing or something might be. Or just garden. Oh, poor wee darling. Oh. She'll settle down, don't worry. It usually takes a couple of months. When we first moved house, I was 9. I was fine with it. I was glad I didn't go up and down stairs to get to the front door. That was good. I just had to go up a set of stairs instead of like 24 stairs to get to the front door, then more stairs to get up to the house, to the living room and stuff. I had to go up 12, then door. That's it. And it was all in one level. It wasn't split or anything. It wasn't a duplex. Oh, was he like a peer of Yanis? If he's in that sort of same vein, it's been years since I've actually checked out Steve King. I think I got the recommendation from Helena during the pandemic. Oh God, there's another one I fucking miss. That's actually on my fucking subscribe list for YouTube. Literally, the Graeber Institute, the actual channel. I haven't actually checked it in a couple of months. Naughty Katie. If I can see him through that, fucking amazing. Thank you, Parkour. Oh, thank you, Gemma. I do like Yanis. I like the way he talks.
Market is developing, how
His
jobs are
analysis
developing,
is mostly
how
good.
employers think people need to be when they get to a position. How AI will shape all of this is just not known still because it is so new.
Do you think, therefore, that
Yeah.
universities are actually now overselling the benefits of going to university and the courses that they're offering? Or would you now say just go and do any course that you feel like and don't bother
Probably.
about applying for something which looks quite relevant, which is what you did? Just go and have fun and then see what happens because, frankly, nobody knows.
I think personally that might be, yeah, maybe because
Have fun doing something in fucking finance and accountancy and economics. That possible. I'm learning economics is showing me some of the theses and what he had to do for his degree. What the fuck? Makes no sense. Sorry, I'm not maths. Like I keep on saying, I'm more human body. I know how this works. Oh God, yeah, he is. He he, he was an ML, I believe. I'm sure he was a Marxist. Well, he says he's a leftist. He is a leftist. He is a kind of more, sometimes an easier way to see it. And a lot of people are warming to Soc Dem, so to the left of Labour, which is nothing really, that's just centre now. But yeah, I would class Giannis as like, I would say SOC 10, but slightly more left than SOC 10 for some other people. For his analysis, yeah, definitely Marxist. Definitely Maoist as well in certain aspects. More anarcho inclined, I would have said more, depends what we were looking at and listening to Giannis. That's weird. A lot of us leftists do that. Depends what part of the left you're on, really, or what theory you ascribe to. I listen to him and I think, yeah, classic ML. Weird. I'll need to reach out to my anarchist friends. Obviously, I've got you, Gemma. Mind you, in saying that, yes, from Greece, he probably had more interactions with anarchists than anything in Greece growing up. Ah, yeah, they would, wouldn't they? Probably way to reach out to Marxists, really. The classic MLs and Maoists and things of that nature.
Because I mean, at least for me, I went in and thought, let's do something in business, initially in tourism and marketing, but then I shifted to doing accountancy because I thought this should open doors. There should be an abundance of jobs in this. Surely this can't be wrong. I was thinking about doing history. My A-level history teacher said, I'm really annoyed that you're not doing it. It was the first time a teacher had ever said that to me, and I had to say, sorry, I'm not doing history, which disappointed her a bit. In retrospect, maybe I would have done it,
Fair
but
enough.
I think the whole thing of, being told you have to get good grades at GCSE, then A levels, and then you can go to a good university, and then you can get a good job. I think that progression is dead. It's completely different now. How the world has changed. That progression through the academia just doesn't really exist anymore, because people come out of university
See?
and they don't know what they're going to do. Maybe because they didn't like their degree, but in a lot of instances because they don't know where they're going to get a job, because they either do exist and there's too many people, or they don't exist because those jobs just don't exist anymore, or people don't want to hire because there's so much uncertainty that they don't feel they can take the risk of a new person on. So yeah, I think if you were going to go to university, go for something that you'd want to do, perhaps over something that you think is definitely going to get you a job, because it really might not get you a job these days.
Let me move on to another problem. And I hear everything you
Good
say,
one,
and I
actually. Good
appreciate
one.
it. And I think that you're probably right. But
Well, yeah, you would have to have done that, especially being the Greek finance minister. So yeah, they changed it. If he kept his core ideals and things like that, and they're now coming back, I can understand that. But if you're actually working within this messed up fucking capitalist global hegemony, essentially, you would have to have changed a little bit. You probably changed quite a lot on the surface, just so you can say, yes, I'm just like a left. I'm a more centre left finance minister. I want the best for the people of my country, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. And I can see that. A lot of people on the left would say, no, you betrayed us. You went and participated in this, but that's the way I see it, especially in my own context, because I can't actually go out and, well, obviously I'm involved in the economy. Obviously I spend money, I go out and buy stuff, blah blah blah, and all that other stuff. Maintain a household, whatever. Because I can't go out there and physically work, my analysis is a little bit different from someone who is working and who is still a Marxist and stuff. So it's going to be different for them than it is for me. You have to participate in it, unfortunately. That's the way it's set up. Because if you don't, you literally will starve to death or die easily preventable fucking medical conditions, or not have shelter and die of exposure, whatever. Unfortunately, you have to try to work around it and still hold your core beliefs is something of a balancing act for all Marxists, all leftists of many different stripes, unfortunately. Being able to keep that core, your proper beliefs and stuff while operating under the system is quite a thing to do. I've been doing it for nearly 30 years now. Fucking amazing.
I want to move on to another problem, which you've discussed recently with regard to one of your friends who's been applying for jobs. His second job, not his first job out of university, his second job out of university, I think. And he's coming across the problem, which I've heard a lot about, of ghost jobs.
Yes.
What are ghost jobs? What are they? What's the problem?
Well, ghost jobs are just their job applications, application requests put out by companies saying, hey, apply to this position. We've got all this stuff. There might be some details on it about pay. There might not be, depends how much they want to make it enticing. And they're functionally just there to either gather data on who is currently around, see if they actually want to open a position after they've had some applicants, or just to show that they are growing as a company. Because, if you're saying, oh, we're trying to recruit people, then you can say you are growing as a company. Look, we're developing. But it doesn't mean
Market market manipulation with that one. I've heard about ghost jobs before. They happen in many different fucking sectors. By the way. That could be described as market manipulation. Oh look, they put out this call for blah 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 positions or position, and it maybe bumps up the stock price. That's a market manipulation technique, the way I see it at least. Funny that capitalists trying to manipulate the market. Never.
they ever have to actually say, hey, we want you to be in this position. And my friend, I don't think he'd mind being said, he's Ed.
No, but he has
He
help now.
applied to 6, 7, 8 or so jobs that he reckons were ghost jobs because they just he heard nothing from them, or they said no, and then they continued to be up. And he was looking for a while. He didn't get the pay increase he wanted, and he decided to move. But throughout this entire process, these jobs would still be up. Now, either these places were awful to work at and no one actually wants to work at them, or they have the most stringent policy of hiring, or they were ghost jobs. And I mean, I think he was right that they are, and it's incredibly frustrating. I myself came across at least one firm of accountants, who I won't name, who left a position open for something like 12, 13 months. I applied to them 5 times. They continually said, oh, apply again when we open again, but they never closed that specific roll down. It would end. It would come up again in the same office, in the same part, in the same everything, same
I would
details.
fucking stop that.
Now, once again, either they're awful and no one would want to
That's
go for
possible.
them, but with the figures for graduates, surely 10, 20 people were applying for this position and they never accepted it, which is incredibly frustrating, no matter how old you are, no matter what you're doing. But I think that's possibly a growing problem. And in terms of a bit of data in this, there was a bit of research done. I can't remember the name of the actual people who did it, but they found that about 30% of all applications were ghost jobs when they checked, with the quantifier being that.
That's messed up. Literally, either don't exist, or they're using it as a market manipulation technique or purpose, essentially. Just 30 jobs that don't fucking exist. 30% of jobs that don't. That's just no. If I could figure out a way to stop them from doing that, I fucking would. If you're looking for someone for this job, for this role within your company, put out the information, say we are looking for blah 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 person with these fucking qualifications and this experience, or no these qualifications and willing to learn all necessary processes within this company. But 10% of jobs not fucking existing. That's I don't like that whatsoever. That's just fucking wrong.
They had to be open for more than 30 days. And that did shift dependent on which position you were going into. I think for veterinary services, it was something like 59% of all jobs were ghost jobs. So
Wow.
if you were going to apply for 10 jobs, 4 of them were real, which is it's just nuts. But yeah, I mean, that's a colossal issue, I think. But yeah.
AI is changing the world. We've now been working together for 18 months.
Yeah.
And you seem to be pretty happy about how it's worked out. It wasn't what you originally planned.
Yeah.
But you're certainly getting a more varied experience of some things and development than you probably would have done in any firm of accountants. And one of the things that I've deliberately exposed you to, asked you to be exposed to use is, well, in my case, ChatGPT. That's the search engine, the AI search engine that we normally use. But you had no prior training on that.
No.
And that appears to be completely normal. Graduates actually turn up in jobs now, I gather in most cases, having never been taught how do you write a AI prompt, how do you actually properly structure your requests, how do you get intelligent information out of this machine, because this is not Google, by the way, guys. This is something quite different from those types of search engines.
The way you phrase it will give you back many very fucking answers. I haven't used it in any sort of official capacity. I haven't. I've, I've barely used Gemini on my phone, the one with the actual SIM in it. The SIMless bastard doesn't have it at all in it because of no SIM in it. I just basically use that to find news stories and shit like that and play Candy Crush on it. How you phrase it when you put it into ChatGPT or Gemini means a lot. If you don't get the phrasing correct or as close as you possibly can, I have used it. I've used my mum's. Oh God, I'm giving away my mum's secrets. I use my mum's one when I go up to her house in Perth. The way you phrase the question is very fucking important, or say what you want it to basically comb out of all the information available. I still went and looked up hard copies of shit that I was looking for my dissertation. Obviously, libraries do still exist in some capacity. We've got one of the best reference libraries here in Glasgow. It's called the Mitchell. Come and check it out. It is amazing. You have to make an appointment to go and see it for certain things that you want to look up. Didn't really matter. I made appointments to go down to the Mitchell to actually look up shit that didn't fucking exist because the British state fucking destroyed it. Thank you, Operation Legacy. You fucking suck. Trying to get information about endemic issues, like actual endemic health issues and viral outbreaks and parasite outbreaks and things of that nature over the British Empire. A lot of that literally got burnt and shredded. Fucking amazing. I will say again, I fucking hate my government. They suck. I did manage to find as much as I could, essentially. And I did do an analysis for it, apparently. It depends how you phrase it correctly. Obviously, you go back to hard sources if they exist in whatever realm of research you are in. I can give people better ways of phrasing things for health related things that they want to search for. Because I say again, I am more human body. than any sort of finance or, oh no, maybe history to a certain extent, but any other sphere, engineering, anything like that, not really. Even though my dad was a nuclear engineer.
And produces very different results. Is there evidence that AI training is growing now?
Um, I think I'm not sure if there's evidence it's growing, but that's purely because of obviously my situation where we're kind of self-enclosed. But there is certainly, I mean, there are more courses online about saying learn AI and all this stuff. But for graduates, at least, just going back to the HALT bit of data, something like 94% or so of graduates said that if they who had looked into AI. They tried to learn it. They got, after starting their new job, said that it had improved their career prospects within it. That they were getting more praise. They felt better about their work. They were able to understand stuff more. They were seeing faster promotions. So I think it definitely is being incentivized in the workplace, in bigger companies or however big the companies are. And I'm sure that they are probably promoting more and more AI development. I think that's possibly a place where, at least at a minimum, people should understand ChatGPT, these search engines, to understand how they can be used. If you are a graduate, screw everything else. If you're not sure what to look at for AI, at least figure those out. I mean, I'm sure most graduates are using ChatGPT or any of the others in some way, and it definitely helps in any form of any starting position because you can look up some extra new things. You can kind of cheat a bit and say, oh, I need this data quick. How do I get it? You can show off a bit maybe. But I mean, that figure, 94% of people saying, new graduates saying that it has helped them out in their new job. I mean, it must be true. Of out of 800 people, that's a hell of a lot of students who say it has helped them. So I think, yeah, there is an increase in this requirement for development in AI skills, and people really do need to learn it.
I read a really quite frightening statistic recently, which said that
I will pause Richard just there for a second. Well, no, I'll just leave it as is. I will be back momentarily, comrades. Give me a second. Or 2 minutes.
Average AI query was around 8 or 9 words. Now, that's the same as the average length of a query to Google. Some of the prompts that we use to help in the development of ideas, when we are in particular at the development stage, I've got an outline, for example, of an idea for a video, and you're heavily engaged in this process. I will often dictate a note of up to 1,000 words to start the process. So I know what the video is going to be about. Then we put it through an AI prompt, which is itself, I think, around 400 words. And out of that, we might get the teleprompt slides that we use to actually usually record. There's no teleprompt slides today, but there very often are, to make sure that basically I stay on track from beginning to end through the video, because otherwise, as you discovered, I had the habit of wandering off on a little tangent every now and again. So these things help enormously. Now, that
Before he changed the outlook of the channel and stuff, he did kind of go off on tangents a bit. Don't get me wrong, I love everything he says is usually very accurate, highly accurate. I'm a little bit too technical at times. Don't get me wrong, I'm not in finance. I don't know how this shit works at times. What do people like in that industry?
doesn't mean to say AI writes this, but the fact is that most people don't understand that actually AI is a really quite complicated tool. And if you're going to own it, you've got to be the master of it, not the servant of it. So I reiterate that point that you're just making, that I think people can really learn to use it to great advantage, but only if they're trained. And I'm still not hearing about much of that training being put forward at universities, because all I hear from most people at universities is that they're terrified that if the students are really good at AI, it'll get even harder to examine them. So therefore, actually, universities aren't preparing people for work in AI at all, which is really odd. So in a sense, is AI a job killer or a job creator? I guess that follows on from where I was asking or making that point. Is this just creating lots of junior roles where some junior people could be taught to use an AI prompt about which they don't need to know very much? Or is it actually something which those who've got initiative and skill might be able to develop something really quite significant? I mean, I know that you and your brother are looking at creating a YouTube channel. Don't discuss the details. They're not to go out, I think, as yet. So we won't explain what that might be. But AI could play a serious role in helping you to develop all the plans for that. Is this something which is going to create jobs, and in your case, particularly create an opportunity, or is it something that is just de-skilling work?
I think it's a mix. It's certainly I think if you don't figure out how AI works, it will definitely leave you behind, and people have to figure out how it works to keep up now, and also because it will inevitably allow you to develop in new ways. You can gather data faster. If someone says, hey, I need this data now, you can say, okay, I actually have it in 5 minutes, instead of in the past it would have taken you a lot longer. When I try and get references for work, for now, if we do any quotations, I can ask ChatGPT and say, hey, here's the rough outline of it. Can I have a Harvard quotation for this? And can you tell me exactly where it's from? And it can tell me in 5 seconds. In the past, that would have taken me 10, 15 minutes at university, when I wasn't using AI. So I think in that respect, it It helps your work, it can keep you relevant, and it can definitely help you develop new ideas, even if it only gives you an outline. As with the outline there, you can develop it a lot more. But on the other hand, I think it definitely is killing jobs for the entry positions, because companies want to save money. They don't want to spend as much on trainees because trainees do cost a lot of money. And they see AI as being able to fill these jobs in a much cheaper way. I think it's of the big four, I think it's KPMG, in a report I read, said that they had reduced their hiring of graduates by 29% in 2024 compared to 2023. Wow. And I think it was KPMG, it might be one of the other three, all of them, no matter who, one of them was as low as 6%. They'd reduced it by, one was 11%, if I remember correctly. But they all reduced their hiring base from 2023 to 2024 by a significant amount. And those will be the most menial jobs. They'll be, go and find this data, enter this data into a spreadsheet, because AI can do it, and it will be cheaper for them. It'll take less work. They won't have to hire them, make sure they're okay, have supervisors, have people check their work, manage training, when you can tell the AI exactly what you want it to do with a long enough script, or use a program that's been developed with AI. So I think it will make people, it will, and it is making it harder for people to start.
Don't trust what I'm about to say. I'm giving away secrets. None of this is actually accurate. I have access to places that I can get information from. I have access to people who are still in my chosen, my career path. I still have people who are willing to help me. I did my own analysis of it, obviously. I just want the raw data. But that's not possible. I'm not allowed to have access to this at all whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Plus, there's a wealth of data on my chosen career, on what I was wanting to do anyway. I can look back in history. I can look back what's left, what we have from my area of study. These things do exist because they're basically public health, and we need to know this information about viral outbreaks and how people get ill, come out of the economy. It's kind of important when people get sick and you have to call a pandemic and put people into lockdown, or entire fucking countries, or entire fucking continents for that matter. This information is very fucking important. So lots of different people can analyze it and say, yes, you really should be concentrating a bit more on this aspect a little bit more. What you're doing here, very good. Yes, carry on doing that. Maybe up it a bit. But maybe concentrate on that bit as well. It depends, because it keeps on changing. It depends on what sort of viral outbreak it is. If it's a bacteria, or a virus, or a parasite, or any other sort of health-related public health issue. We need this information so people can still participate in the economy, if you want to put it that way. So getting information as it exists from like the last sort of 70 odd years, well, maybe not the last 70 odd years, maybe the last 50 odd years, we've got all that data. And I can literally go and comment myself, literally with fingers and eyeballs and notepads and pencils and pens. On laptop now, I literally go to the place of reference and can document all the stuff and present it to you in a coherent fashion, kind of, maybe. How I express this information to give it to you all is up to me how I present it, obviously. Because I am me, obviously. Ain't no changing that. I'm always going to be me. I will try to present it in a coherent fashion and give you all the relevant information you may need. And I can't get down into the weeds and tell you how you actually get infected. It's not pretty.
Careers on the basis that most entry-level jobs that lots of people have are fairly menial compared to what they can do later on, and companies don't want to pay a lot of money for that menial job.
It's interesting you say that, because there's a chap who lives relatively near where I am. And we were talking recently about his marketing company. And that's interesting in the context that you did originally think of doing marketing. And I don't think you've heard this story before from me, but he was talking about the fact that his business is basically now totally transformed. They are actually writing AI prompts to help their clients do their own marketing.
Sure.
And so they've become a tech company. They've ceased to be a marketing company. But the difficult thing is that in practice, they don't need any juniors anymore. The thing that worried him enormously was that if they didn't need any juniors anymore, he wasn't sure how, when the time came that he comes to retire, which isn't yet in this chap's case, I know that. I mean, I would say he's at least 20 years younger than me. So he's probably in his 40s. But he was saying, what happens when I get to retirement age? There's nobody coming up to fill my shoes. So look, a couple of questions that really come out of that comment and the stuff that we've talked about. What is the future of work in this case? Are we going to have a two-tier workforce, those who are forced to use AI and have very little initiative, and those who are highly trained and who are lucky enough to get into a position where they get that opportunity, but they will be few and far between? And what does that suggest now to, well, the people who are a bit behind you, who are at university? What mindset do they need, and what should they be prioritizing? What skills do they need to develop to live in this world where AI is incredibly useful? Although, and I go right back to the beginning, most employers don't quite know what it's useful for yet.
Point.
Well, I
Yeah.
think it will create a definite inequality. People who are not with it, as it were, will be left behind. And that won't explicitly be young people. Obviously, if you're people who have left university quite a while ago, if you're 30, if you're 40, you're still going to be working for quite a while. And AI is developing incredibly quickly. 5 years ago, you heard about it a lot less, and now it's everywhere. So what will it happen in 20 years when if you're 30, you'd then be 50. If you're me, you'd be, what, 43?
It is incredibly difficult for AI to actually reach into what I would see as personal healthcare. Still going to need people like me. Virologists, parasitologists, epidemiologists, endemicians. That's a new one now. It's a difficult one to pronounce for Scottish people, just the way we speak. Or people who actually go out and map, actually take physical samples from patients, from people who are infected. It's going to be difficult for an AI to do that. Skynet incoming. So, going to healthcare? Mm, anything that can be automated, like delivering things, doing complex mathematical formulas or models, that might get taken over eventually. But physically go out and fix things, treat patients, run a shop, still going to need those people after a fashion. You're not going to, the one that's going to be the most difficult for it to breach, no matter what this fucking government say. AI ain't going to fix the fucking NHS. You literally just need to fund more, put more money in it, and get people into the system. Literally more doctors, more nurses, no more physical therapists, more radiographers, more midwives, more healthcare assistants, people of that nature, more phlebotomists, that's people who draw blood, do blood analysis, by the way, more hematologists, more surgeons. You're physically going to need those people. That's going to be difficult for AI to breach into that sector, in my opinion. Going to need us, which maybe not me, but I see us in actual physical healthcare of human. Still going to need people like my sister, people like my mummy. She's retired now, but she was a midwife and sexual health nurse sister. Still going to need them. Still going to need a midwife. Trust me on that, still going to need a fucking midwife. Giving birth to a child is incredibly difficult, even for a physical person to be there, including the person who is pregnant going through the labour. That one's going to be incredibly difficult to completely transform. But people like Richard and Tom, fuck, journalists. That's another one. Still going to need journalists. Don't get me wrong, there's journalists that I want to get rid of, obviously, because the fucking lunatics or garbage or don't give the full analysis. Still going to need journalists, I assume. Maybe. But you're physically going to need people who treat patients, who treat people.
So if anyone does not keep up, they will be in a definite unequal playing field to the rest of the people. But as you said, if people can't actually join the workforce at all, how will they develop new skills as well, even if they can use AI? So I think it puts everyone in this question of, though I may be good at AI, has that meant that now that's irrelevant? I can do it, but the AI can already do it when someone else can ask it to do. So can they get a job anyway? So though it might be uneven, and this sounds a bit ranty in my head, though it might be a bit uneven, people might not be able to get the job in the first place. So it's hard to say what people actually need to learn, because even if you know it and someone else knows it, they can already ask the AI to do it. So will they even ask you to answer the question in the first place? So yeah, I mean, that's a very complicated question, because you just don't know what's going to happen in the future. Bluntly, I can only guess, but I can only guess as one man in the world. But yeah, it's not a great answer to that one, to be honest.
Well, it is, because it says to me that what you're talking about is that everybody needs to keep on top of their game.
Mm.
Because whatever the next job is, most people are going to have another job, let's be honest. You're not going to be my videographer forever.
No.
Because if you do plan on that, by the time you're 67, I'm going to be looking kind of ancient on screen. So something's going to change between.
Everyone, if I've mapped this correctly, roughly, give or take, 3 years either side, I'm saying Tom's about 25 or 26, maybe. And I'm saying Richard's probably about between 58 and, well, no, if I worked this right, between 62 and 65? 58 and 62. 58? No, he was at 60. Between 62 and 65, I would say. So by the time Tom's 67, that's going to put Richard in his late 80s. He might still look the same. I don't know what his health's like. He looks quite good for his age if he's in his mid 60s. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to look like in 20 years. I know exactly what my super hubby's going to look like, because he's taken after his dad. His dad doesn't look his age. He'll be 90 in 2029. So in 40. Oh no, his birthday's this month, isn't it? So it'll be 86 this month at some point. I want to say the 16th. I really do. Super Hubby's sister's birthday. There's birthdays on the 15th and 16th, which is next week. So next Wednesday and Thursday. One's Super Hubby's sister, one's Super Hubby's dad and my father-in-law. I can't remember what one's what. So their birthday's next week. I'm sure my father-in-law's birthday's next Thursday. I'm sure of it. I will get back to you on that. I'll ask Super Happy when he gets up in the morning. He who shall not be named, Super Happy older brother, his birthday's in a month.
Now in your retirement date. But what I've been impressed by in your case, and this is genuine, you don't know this question's coming up, we didn't prepare this one in any way. You've done quite a lot of self-motivated training over the last 18 months.
Yeah.
You've learned a lot about cameras, a lot about how to make a YouTube. You learned a lot about photography in general, but you've also learned about a lot of IT. Which you had never really had to come across before, including AI, but not just AI, of course. Your recommendation, because in this you certainly, I know, used, I think, Udemy quite a bit for training, and you bought courses there, which you found of value. What else have you been doing? I mean, did you just look at YouTube, or is there more to it than that?
I mean, for me, the way that I learn just is usually by visual and audio stimulation. So I'm not sure, it's YouTube and it's Udemy. And if I know someone, one of my mates online, I ask them, hey, can you show me how to do this, or can you give me some recommendations? I mean, the benefit of having loads of mates all across the world is that every now and again you find out one of them is an audio technician and you get to ask them some questions, which is pretty useful. But that's generally.
Oh, my lovely, lovely people who help me help with this stream, so you can all hear me and see me. This is all came from free. This is all from people's labour that they've given to me. Essentially, I am deeply, deeply grateful for all the help that I get, especially with my audio issues and stuff like that. I've got someone, praise be him. He's amazing. He has cats. Everyone, go and follow Unfortuitous Ash. He is great. If I've misgendered you, Ash, I do apologise. I've had other people here in the UK help me fix my streaming issues and set up the way my video looks and stuff like that. I've roped in family members from up in Perth to help do better research and combing the internet. I'm brilliant. I'm grade A at actually combing through YouTube for obvious reasons. That's all I do basically, other than doing actual physical research and shit. I know how to do that stuff. Actually going physically using a book or using documentation. I'm brilliant at that. I can comb vast amounts of data and take it all in and present it coherently, I hope. But having everyone help me, that is good. So being able to reach out, well done, Tom. Yes, that is one of the best tricks you can have. Actually having people you can go and say, hey, can you help me? Even though they're on the other side of the fucking planet. Love it. Amazing. Bring it on. Actually being able to make this look well, somewhat decent, I guess. Or at least basic and non-obtrusive, really. You get me, you get information, you get videos and news articles and me rambling.
What I do, obviously other people find them easy to read, but or do other things, but I just kind of watch, listen, do as I see it, and that's how I remember things. But that's just how I kind of learn new data. But that's how I've done most of it. It's been, okay, I've seen this, let's give it a shot. If it works, it works. I remember it for next time. If it doesn't, I find a new way to do it. Because obviously sometimes you get videos that ramble on for 73 hours and they don't tell you the answer until the very end, because that's how they get views.
I thought you were describing ours then. I was thinking we haven't done a single 73-hour video. Well, yeah. I know we've reached 23 minutes, by which point you're usually waving at me to say, shut up, and things like that. But, yeah, okay, so that wasn't a criticism of me on this occasion. But I'm going to take a point out of that, which is you do have to embrace the idea that the job is not just what happens 9 to 5 or whatever, but there's a learning process. And anybody who is going to be living in this fluid world of remarkable change in the employment environment at the moment has to really stay on top of where we are.
Yeah.
We've been talking for half an hour or so. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I think a lot of that will be news to some people, in particular, this thing about ghost jobs and this difficulty of the ratio of the number of applications to the probability of success. I mean, it really is an immensely difficult time. And it's unsurprising that there are a lot of people coming out of universities with good quality degrees. And let me stress, I know what degree Thomas has got, and it's a good quality degree. And I think that anybody who's watching this video will realize that you're pretty lucid in front of a microphone, and I'm sure would have been in an interview. And so you aren't showing obvious signs of difficulty in getting your message across. So in that case, you aren't an obvious person who should be having a difficulty getting employment. And yet it was not easy in your case. And you actually experimented elsewhere. And then we decided to experiment, and things developed from there. But the point I'm making is that this is very hard. And I don't think at the moment that most people who are much further up the employment tree understand just how much of an impact AI is having on younger people and their employment prospects and the way in which they view work. I don't think most of them understand what their companies are really thinking is the AI policy. In fact, I think AI policy, as opposed to AI hype, are ridiculously far apart. I mean, you can almost say that companies used to do a lot of greenwash, and they've given that up at the moment, which is almost a shame. I almost regret the departure of greenwash. I wish they were still doing it. But at least that might.
They realised that we weren't believing their fucking shit, Richard. That's the point. People like you and me, and quite possibly your son, and lots of other people, and if he was still around, Graeber would be doing the same, literally calling out for what it is, the sports washing as well, pink washing, all of that stuff. Purely cynical. That's the reason it stopped now. You still get pink washing, don't get me wrong. It fucking infuriates me that they're using the LGBTQI rainbow for their own capitalist gains. I despise these bastards for using our marginal status, really, in society, just to make a quick buck or a yearly buck. Delightful. Fuck off. Stop doing it. We've been marginalised for fucking centuries by the global hegemons, so no, fuck off. No, 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 no. Yes, they've given up in the greenwashing, mostly. There's still ones that exist that are still doing it for obvious, just pure capitalistic reasons, but they've mostly given up on that. So, pinkwashing's more, excuse me, pinkwashing's more on a government level at times, more government level and capitalist level and global level. Well, geopolitics, isn't it fun? So pinkwashing and greenwashing to a certain extent from certain types of government, they're always going to exist, but in that sort of capitalistic line must go up reason, they've mostly given it up. Because we're always going to shout them down about it, obviously. Or we get locked up for literally protesting that there's only one fucking planet. COVID still exists in this world, by the way. God, try not to stay doomer. I will give you the information. I can give you ways to ameliorate your psychological imbalances in that respect with just what happens in certain spheres, really. Take on that information, absorb it into yourself. If you need any more information, I can help you, obviously. But a lot of these things are getting dropped. Oh, sorry, I am molting everywhere. Oh, a PSA for any women or people who are AFAB. People have progesterone and estrogen coursing through their bodies, be that natural or HRT, or other reasons for having these hormones or taking these hormones. Your hair will start to fall out in your late 30s or early 40s. Mine's has been falling out. It's still growing and stuff, obviously, but it's still kind of, like I said, I am molting. I go through brushes quite a lot.
Indicate they might do something real one day. But in the case of AI, we're seeing AI wash. They're talking lots and lots of hogwash very often about AI,
Well,
but they don't know what.
That and asking any customer service now is, hey, use our new AI chatbot. Then it will answer the question you want.
I mean, I think there are certain industries where, like coding, as you mentioned about IT coding and about some forms of accounting and AI chatbots in customer services. I think those are obvious areas where it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of areas where you just wonder, how the heck? I mean, yeah, you and I both know that we could supposedly go and turn on an AI program and create a video. We also know that the resulting product would be complete and utter. I'm going to use the technical term now, crap.
Yeah.
Fundamentally different. That it just isn't possible to generate a good video like that, and people can tell them from a mile off, and they don't watch them.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you've got to embrace the ideas, and we are embracing the ideas of AI. We're using them quite proactively in our video production, a bit in the blog, and it helps us do research. There's no question about that. I do find it a really useful thing. I mean, one of the things I quite often do is I look at a long article in a newspaper and think, I haven't got time to read that, and I just tell AI, produce a TLDR, too long, didn't read, except give me what I haven't got in the newspaper, which is the 150-word version of your 2,000-word long read in The Guardian today that I didn't have a chance to look at. So these things matter. But Tom, look, and I actually managed to say it. Yeah. Tom, look, thanks for discussing this. I think this is a really live issue.
Yeah.
And I suspect that because of what we're doing, we're more aware of AI than many people in reality, because it's actually at the cutting edge of our job at present. And because we are learning our processes. I mean, let's be honest, neither of us knew that much about videography 18 months ago or producing YouTube.
Finding nothing.
We went into it rather blind, let's be blunt. We seem to have been reasonably successful almost despite that. But because we did use training and AI and all sorts of things to help us on the way. I mean, countless hours both of us have spent talking and discussing this stuff. And I do mean countless. But I look forward to carrying on that process with you because I think it's been incredibly helpful. But thank you also for just illuminating that point about the whole of the jobs market and the research you've done to show just how difficult it is. We're living in a period of change. You're going to live through a lot more change probably than I've seen in my career. And I could never have imagined when I set out in 1979 that I would end up as a YouTube creator, because that was something that nobody could have imagined in 1979. It was literally beyond imagination. So what are you going to be talking about when you do this interview with somebody in 40 plus years time? Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, that's AI. It's going to change the world. It is changing the world. It is changing employment. The advice is stay on top of it, learn about it, and let's move on. Thanks a lot, Tom.
Cheers. Thank you.
The division that's being created is absolutely.
I like that. That was good. I will do the appropriate shout-outs.
Absolutely disgusting.
Here's Gary Neville talking about what he feels is the impact of Union Jacks and St George's flags being flown from lampposts and buildings. The guy in the corner, by the way, is an outraged commentator. We'll hear his opinion in a moment.
Mainly created by angry, middle-aged white men.
Disgusting.
Who know exactly what they're doing.
Disgusting.
Funnily enough, on one of my development sites last week, there was a Union Jack flag put up, and I took it down instantly. And some people might be watching this and thinking, well, Gary, you're not very patriotic. I played my country 85 times. I love my country.
Oh, Gary.
So, flag sympathiser, what's Gary said that's wrong then?
I like Gary Neville. Changed the punditry world for me. But we all know he's a massive Labour supporter. And for him to put that statement out and say the division is being caused by middle-aged white angry men is absolutely disgusting.
But it's mainly true. Anyway, now we're going to hear a totally biased way of reading figures as he compares arrests made at pro-Palestine marches with the Unite the Kingdom demonstration.
You know, when you do a video and you make a statement and you instantly should regret it and not put it out there, that's one of them. Has he seen what's happened? You know, the attacks. Not just the one, the attacks. Keir Starmer it's Keir Starmer and that Labour government what are causing the division, Gary, your friends. And he's recognising states, putting a community in, you know, making them tread on eggshells. They've even said they was expecting something to happen, but they just didn't know when. That's causing division. These protests, what they're being told not to do all the time. And they go and do them anyway. Attack the police. That's causing division. Let's compare the amount of arrests at these protests compared to the...
Oh, sorry, Gemma. I like Richard Murphy. Sorry about that. You all right? We'll go back to the beginning of this one, actually. Ah. Oh, whoops.
The division that's being created is absolutely disgusting.
Here's Gary Neville talking about what he feels is the impact of Union Jacks and St George's flags being flown from lampposts and buildings. The guy in the corner, by the way, is an outraged commentator. We'll hear his opinion in a moment.
Mainly created by angry, middle-aged white men.
Disgusting.
Who know exactly what they're doing.
Disgusting.
Funnily enough, on one of my...
No pressure whatsoever. If you want to give me more information, you can post it into the Discord, obviously, and stuff like that. Or direct me to places where I can show it and stuff, what you're doing. I'd really love it. It'd be amazing. The actual AI side of it, the actual physical coding and stuff, and how the AI, the actual bots work and stuff. It might go over my head, but on a societal level, I'd be able to understand it in that sort of aspect. Maybe slightly with the technical part of it, a little bit. But if you want to fling anything my way, and we can maybe bring you on, we can talk about it and educate the masses about it, which would always be a good thing because I am slightly worried about AI. Don't get me wrong about that. There's areas that I don't think that will ever completely fucking breach, obviously. It's not going to be physically possible for them to do that. There's not enough fucking ways to cool it unless they want to put it out in space in the fucking vacuum. Maybe aliens already thought of that.
development sites last week, there was a Union Jack flag put up, and I took it down instantly. And some people might be watching this and thinking, well, Gary, you're not very patriotic. I played my country 85 times. I love my country.
Oh, Gary.
So, flag sympathiser, what's Gary said that's...
I'll just quickly say, 85 times. Fucking hell. Nice one, Gary. Well done. 85 caps for England. Good for him, I guess. Nice one. Like a footballer. I appreciate that skill. Being able to play football for your country 85 times. Well done. Round of applause. Obviously, plus he had a club career as well.
It's wrong then.
I like Gary Neville. Changed the punditry world for me. But we all know he's a massive Labour supporter. And for him to put that statement out and say the division is being caused by middle-aged white angry men is absolutely disgusting.
I think
But
it might
it's
be
mainly
actually maybe.
true. Anyway, now we're going to hear a totally biased way of reading figures as he compares arrests made at pro-Palestine marches with the Unite the Kingdom demonstration.
You know when you do a video and you make a statement and you instantly should regret it and not put it out there? That's one of them. Has he seen what's happened? You know? The attacks. Not just the one, the attacks. Keir Starmer causing it's Keir Starmer and that Labour government what are causing the division, Gary, your friends. And he's recognising states, putting a community in, you know, making them tread on eggshells. They've even said they was expecting something to happen, but they just didn't know when. That's causing division. These protests, what they're being told not to do all the time. And they go and do them anyway. Attack the police. That's causing division. Let's compare the amount of arrests at these protests compared to the one on the 13th where these white angry middle-aged men were.
Any self-analysis there? My ginger bearded looking individual. They were literally arresting people who were sitting down, just sitting down on grass, sitting down on little built up walls, just holding a sign. That's it, that's all they were doing. You've got yourself braced too wrong. If you punch incorrectly, you're going to double back on your knee. And the way you've got your elbow cocked and your shoulder braced like that, you're going to fuck up your elbow, shoulder, and your wrist.
Have you done the math? Because it's far greater. I can't believe you've actually said that.
So he's comparing this to this.
I've been holding a sign saying I do not support the prescription of Palestine action. I've been arrested for having the words Palestine action written on a sign. This is a police state.
Do you think the police will be arresting journalists next for mentioning Palestine action?
Anything's possible, apparently.
And it certainly seems it, with this man being arrested for wearing a t-shirt which read Plasticine action. Anyway.
I can't believe it. You're going to lose a lot of fans from that statement. And I think you should literally retract it or maybe change it. To take down a great British flag, you know, we're coming up to Remembrance Day and stuff like that. Disgusting.
Click here for more Farage's Britain.
She was so thankful for asking me.
In one of the paediatric rooms, there were three babies and three mums on a single bed, one source of oxygen, and the mothers would rotate the oxygen 20 minutes to each child. This is the level of desperation mums have now got. And it's entirely political. This is not a logistical problem. You've got one hospital trying to care for an impossible number of people, and critically among that has been the denials of incubators coming into Gaza. We spoke about this for months and months and months, trying to get incubators in. Now we've had success recently. We have had success, but like everything, it comes late, and when things come late, you lose children's lives. It's the same for nutrition. The damage has been done, and you start getting nutritional supplies in. You don't just change a baby or a mother's life instantaneously. It takes time. So a lot of the damage has been done, and that's what's happening right now as well with premature babies.
Right, so today we mark 2 years since Israel began its genocide of Gaza. Gaza 2.
Some eye bleach. Some fun, methinks.
Hello and welcome to our guest.
Oh no, I hit the wrong bit there. Give me a minute.
Maybe I'm an old man, but god damn these vampires with blood dripping down their chins. That's your food. That's your food. Close your mouth. You think some asshole slobbering chicken noodle soup or yogurt or clam chowder all down themselves would be sexy? What makes you any different, you sticky, stained, slack-jawed screwball? Close your mouth! Use a napkin! And for God's sake, stop looking so smug like, ooh, I'm a creature of the night, look at what sustains me. Yeah, a lack of basic hygiene is what I'm seeing, and it is not impressive at all. My nephews are 3 years old and they drool less than you do. How many centuries old are you? Act like it.
You're surrounded by a vampire, a werewolf, and a chain demon.
This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. I cast Greater Polycule!
Do you mean greater polymorph?
I do not. No.
Sometimes life gives you lemons and you make lemonade. And sometimes life gives you Nazis. And you depose them before they form a radical death called ethno-state. Have a glorious day.
What?
Hi, my name is Keir Starmer. Hi, my name is Keir Starmer. Hi kids, do you like protests? Hold a Palestine sign and prisons where you'll go next. While I strive to make Britain more oppressed, I turned a blind eye to genocide. It's grotesque. Compassion can wait. I'll give in to hate. I'm trying to beat Nigel by acting like his best mate. And Farage says, thanks for the free press, but if you don't want me next, perhaps we should agree less. Mistakes always trending from deputy's job ending to spending time defending a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm less keen on helping you than trying to get mean. I'm more underwhelming than an impotent sex scene. Thames Water, not nationalised. Northern Powerhouse Rail, not realised. Child benefit cap, not lifted. Pensioners' winter fuel cut, inflicted. I took cash from the old. I must have been crazy, just like I stole this track from Slim Shady. That kind of own goal, there's just no saving. That's why I leave you cold like old ladies. Taxing the rich might be your wish, but making life fairer ain't on my list. I turn the tables, attack the disabled. Is that what Labour voters wanted to enable? They didn't vote for me. They voted not Conservative. My huge majority could deliver an alternative. Instead, what an uninspiring mess this is. My most famous message is the return of the sausages. And I confess what impresses even less. I'm relying on AI to fix the NHS. The fact I love AI shouldn't be a shock to you. It's just like me, inauthentic and unpopular. Back once again, I'm the chat GPM. Talking like a robot, not having any friends. If I can't amend our country's current trend, Farage in charge is the way the story ends. Nothing changes, just more pain. It's clear that to blame is Keir Starmer. Nothing changes, just more pain. It's clear that to blame is Keir Starmer.
I do like that. Rather fun. Thank you, Cassette Boy. Much appreciated.
Rent controls are coming back to Scotland.
MSPs have just passed a bill introduced by the Greens to bring back a system to control increases in rent. This bill takes power from landlords and gives it to renters, because we know that landlords across the country have been jacking up rents way beyond people's wages, way beyond inflation. Absolutely unjustifiable increases. As well as those rent controls, introduces new protections from evictions and new rights, like the right to decorate and the right to keep a pet. That's the difference that Green MSPs are making in Parliament. We are making it easier for people to keep a roof over their head, reduce their costs, and we're redistributing power in society from the small number of people who have far too much to everybody else, to the people who really need it. In this case, from landlords to renters.
That's brilliant, by the way. I vote for them. Super Hubby is up. Technically, the telly turns itself back on at 6 a.m., which is in 36 minutes. Let's see how much we can push this. Huh. Or should I just read out now? Hmm. Hmm. Let's read out, actually.
Give me sound.
Probably less familiar with its sister operation.
And that is Operation Beige, or boring and engineered to identify with gentrification and eugenics. The signs of this operation in action are super obvious, but just in case, let's review. The clean girl aesthetic was an early breakthrough. Perhaps the slick back bun canary